A very, very good morning to you. Wherever you may be joining us, wherever in the world you are, it is a delight to have you with us. As we start day 2 of Dressage, we're in Normandy, France, bringing you the live coverage of this, either the 13th or the 14th, depending on how technical you want to be, FEI Single World Championship for horses. We must emphasise that this is the horse end of things. We do have lots of championships for ponies as well, but they're all put together for the pairs, teams and singles. But we had a lovely day of dressage yesterday. It had a very gentle rhythm to it, which was very reflective of the vibe and the atmosphere here at this beautiful historical stud in Normandy. The history behind it is really something to behold. Our winner yesterday by quite some margin was, quite appropriately, for France, and he drove at 10-2 local time, Clement Duchamp, and actually quite a mesmerising test going through all the scores afterwards. Nothing particularly flashy, but just consistently 6s, 7s and the odd 8. And so he currently sits on top of the leaderboard with 50.31. There's every expectation that mark will be beaten today. And there you have on your screens at home or wherever you may be joining us. That's the running order for today. And I will inform you as the commentary goes on if these drivers are members of the national teams. So in my ears, we've got some Beyonce doing country in the background. I have to say the music, it was absolutely mesmerising in Hungary as well. It really does set the tone. It's very exciting and it gets really a sort of rock concert feeling going, even though it's dressage. It is a celebration of all that is wonderful in our driving world. And there's a real sense that with the singles, the progress that is being made and the development of the training and the precision. It's all about precision and getting it absolutely right. There's nowhere to hide with a single. All eyes, all 5 judges, the eyes are on. The judges yesterday, the comments were quite a variation. If you go back through the patterns of the judging, we had quite a lot of different thoughts on where the marks were. We had some in first and some in 24th and all sorts of things. But we fully expect that 50 mark to be blown out of the water today. We've got some pretty special combinations coming up. I will explain as the day goes on how these draws take place and give you quite a vivid description of how it happened in Hungary, which was very much about the chefs, and they have these daily meetings, generally about 4 or 5 o'clock every day, depending on when the competition ends. And there's all the officials, your judges, chief stewards, technical delegates, they're all present in these rooms. And my goodness, there was quite a febrile atmosphere sometimes. And what happens before the dressage draw, which takes place after the trot up on that day before the driving as such starts. They obviously all have their designated warm-up times and their familiarization. That's a very important part of it as well. And the chefs will gather in this room, and there's a draw out of the hat, generally done by the president of the grand jury, the chief judge or technical delegate, and they draw the names out of the hat. And that's the order at which the chefs then come up, and this is what happened in Hungary. They take, it was a wine bottle actually, with almost like a raffle ticket on the bottom, a number. And that was the order that when it came up on the screen as to which slots and times they wanted their drivers to fill. And it was done with the teams first of all. So bearing in mind there are 3 members potentially in a national team. So they give them what's perceived to be the later slots. And this is why there's quite a lot of debate around the order. So this is why you will get a lot more of the individuals and the people that aren't in the national teams, the athletes that are driving just for themselves. They come first because those are essentially the last slots that are filled in this draw. So what happens is there's the country name is drawn out of a hat. Then there is the chefs, they come up to a table or they draw a number or whatever, and those are the orders in which they designate their athletes in these slots. It's a big set of grids on a screen, and Dan and the crew who are managing the scores on site, it's actually quite an important part of their job. So we are just about to get going, 9 o'clock local time, any minute now, with, for Austria, Andrea Dobretsberger. She's our first one to go today. She's another one of our drivers who has taken part in the Young Horse World Championships. They happen annually. There you have it. 6-year-old Andrea Dobretsberger, currently ranked 59. But there is a sense that any one of our sort of top 15 or 20 ranked drivers after the previous season could do very well. And we have another grey, and that's a very white grey, isn't it? And you can just see underneath the flag there that denotes Andrea is actually driving for the Austrian team. And the judge is really looking forward to being wowed today. That's a word that Andrea used. At the moment, sitting at about 58, 59 on her rolling average. And I discovered that if after their tests I can click on their names and the scores will come up. I can't give them to you as they're being awarded, but immediately afterwards they do come up. So I'll share some of those with you as soon as the tests are over. So Andrea is also an FEI vet. We always say a very handy profession to have. She's sitting at 60 now. Her best result this season, 3rd in St. Margarethen in Austria. She was 5th in the 7-year-old divisions in 2018 and 19 in Mesohedges, both times where the Young Horse World Championships was held. So she had an Incitato and a Favre horse there, so it's a bit of an indicator that this lady drives the Lipizzaners. So they all have these famous prefixes. Just to remind you, Maestoso, Favre, Conversano, Pluto, Neapolitano, and of course that relates to the Italian strain Siglavi. And as we've got here, Incitato, you can also have the Tulipan. So the Incitato line comes originally from the Transylvanian stud Bethlen. It's owned by a Count Bethlen. The founding sire for this line was born in 1802. His sire was a Romanian Siebenberger stallion, Curioso, out of a Spanish dam. Interestingly, just all these borders, and you think how different Europe and certainly that area of Europe looked back in those days, 200 or so years ago. The Hungarian stud farm, Mesohedges, bought Incitato in 1815. He was used as a breeding stallion for the time when horses from Lipica, so now Slovenia, were in Mesohedges during the war from, of course there was a war, generally was, 18.09 to 15. How's she doing? Sitting 64 at the moment. Mark's dropping a little bit. So ties with Spain, Romania, Hungary. Also ties to Svilsvassarad, where we've just been for the horse fours. It really is endlessly fascinating following the passage. We ought to draw a map over Europe. I'm sure it exists somewhere where these wonderful horses have come from. And already we find ourselves in that extended canter. Don't forget 22 separate movements and marks, and then always brings the average penalty score down a bit at the end, that 23, which is for the athlete, and 24 general impression and presentation. They do by and large get jolly decent marks, 8s and 9s for that, whereas Andrea's sitting at about 64 at the moment, 0.5, 0.58. And what happens on this particular screen with its lovely fluttering flags is the current athlete is sitting at the bottom of all the scores of the 40 that we had yesterday. Don't forget, we've got 79 in total. 84 horses were entered because the national federations or countries were able to enter a spare horse if needed, whether they brought them or not. That's down to each one. 19 different countries. So it really is a truly, truly broad and international championship. We dipped into 40 or so for the horse fours. Obviously, the logistics around them competing and transporting their 5 horses everywhere. Quite something, as this extension across the diagonal meets the arena again at V, that collection down to K, and then we see the canter strike off. That's interesting. She just asked for a bit of a bend there, if you saw, just to ensure that the horse went off on the right leg. It does help. Think about your riding aids as well. Don't have the advantage of that leg. Lovely. So there will be a little bit of whirling and twirling, a bit like the ticker tapes coming in as the marks adjust. They invariably drop. She was sitting for those last few movements on about 64. We've come down to 63.28 as those final 2 marks come in. He was a 13-year-old gelding registered with the Hungarian Sport Horse Stud Book. Next in, we've actually got a lady who has enjoyed some considerable success for Sweden. Cecilia Qvarnstrom. There you have it on your screen. So that's pretty good, about halfway through the current order for Andrea. Now, oh goodness, already we've got a bit of division amongst our judges. Just have a look at those placings. That, in some ways, is almost more revealing than the marks. So the marks, what are we saying, about 15 points between them at P. So that's 157. That's Melinda Kellerman. She's our Romanian judge. Obviously, the Romanians have quite a tie to the Lipizzaner breed. So that's 6th placing for her. In contrast, Piers Scar at R, that was a 31st placing for her, 146.5. Identical scores, but different placings. Andrew Council at C and Miguel Gutierrez at V. They both had 142.5, But for Andrew, that's a 21st. And for Miguel, that's a 16th. And then Anne-Marie, similar, 143, that's a 20th for her. Now, I can now go through. There were mainly 6s, a few 4.5s. Athlete at the end, 7, 7, 6.5, 7.5 and an 8, and 7.5s, 8s and 8.5s. So 6s, 5s, the odd 4.5 collected trot. That was from Anne-Marie, movement number 10. So I will give you a bit of a précis of those as and when they come in, as our thoughts and minds turn to the previous individual medal winner. She's driving Jojo, and she was on the gold medal winning team in 2004. Cecilia Qvarnstrom, here she is. Currently ranked number 53, but certainly brings a great deal of experience to this. She's driven several horses over the years. This is Jojo, he's 10, KWPN. Royal Warm Blood Studbook of the Netherlands. But the acronym KWPN pertains to the Dutch configuration, naturally, of the words, which I shall attempt. Koninklijk Warm Blood Pardon, which is horse stamp book. We've dropped the S from it. Nederland. Shoulder in. And judges liking what they're seeing so far. We bobbed down to 52. We're currently at 59. But we did see yesterday some astonishingly good marks in early parts of the test, and then perhaps changed a bit. Slightly more old-fashioned stamp of the horse. Now, that was it was a beautiful transition, but just not where it was needed. It was very smooth indeed. Slightly disorganised. I mean, it looked fairly straight. Of course, you have the advantage of the britching. It's quite a different motion with the horse in this single turnout. If you think, looking at what the pairs do, and certainly the fours that we've just watched for their dressage, their world championship recently, it's coming from the motion on the pole, where they are attached either through those pole straps on a breast collar or around a full collar, which means it's a completely different part of the horse's body that you're engaging for that backward motion. This britching strap in place on all our singles. It is part of the FEI ruling that it must be worn. And I shall go through some of the rules with you. Where's she sitting? Yes, gone to about 64. That seems to be where we're bobbing along with the majority of the tests that we've seen throughout the first day. Now, what can I share with you? The minimum age of the athletes can be 14, but don't forget we have just had a very, very good youth driving championship, something that our outgoing chairman Carole Precious, the FEI's driving committee, said he was particularly proud of. And the canter down alongside. So the drivers are permitted to have either a two-wheeled or a four-wheeled vehicle, but certainly at this level it's highly unlikely we would see anything on two wheels. But that's where we started with the single horses and ponies, and indeed the tandems, although they're not part of the FEI championship structure anymore. Certainly they can have classes at events, but we don't have a tandem category at this level. Would be lovely to, because it really is quite something to get the tandem going. Well, one groom and the dimensions of the carriages, and this is for the dressage, so 2 or 4 wheels for the horse and pony single. Now, if you have a 4-wheeler such as this, the modern dressage carriage is very much based in type on what we would call a show phaeton, or perhaps a spider phaeton, Phaeton in English, based on the classics phaeton who flew through the sky, a bit like Icarus. And you have relatively large wheels, it flows, and both the groom and the driver sitting centrally. So you might have seen some of those fantastic pictures that have come out from the filming and photography crew on site. Just some of the aerial shots, the head shots going down the horse's spine, showing the configuration. Just a break out there, that was unfortunate. Just he'd anticipated a little early. And the wheel width, the minimum, is 138 centimetres. So don't forget, for the 4s we were operating at 158. So that is the outside rim to the outside rim. These wheels are measured. All sorts of things that are going on off your screen. So where is Cecilia on that? She's 66 at the moment. Those 65, those just slight breaks into canter and trot will have been costly with Jojo. But somebody who has enjoyed great success, individual and team silver. She had in Bretoni at the Singles Championships in 2006. Has been a consistent member of the Swedish team for some time with her 10-year-old gelding, Jojo. Looks like it's stopped at 65.07 for the time being. And on your screen, now that's interesting. Don't you just love technology? You're getting a slightly different set of scores from me, but let's stick with what's on the screen at the moment. 65.16. Might be a slight delay on Wi-Fi and things, but that's a 30th position for her. I'll just wait for my screen to refresh on that, but you've got a look at the marks from the judges. So we've had 42 go. We had 40 through yesterday. We've got 39 today, 7 in that final session. A reminder of our judges. Andrew Council, so he is the ground jury president, chief judge. The buck stops with him. He's a level 4 judge, manages, or has in the past managed the Indoor World Cup events, as well as many championships, and judges all over Europe and the world. Was training in Florida earlier this year as well. He used to be the principal of a further education college down in Cornwall, the Duchy College, and he's currently the chair of British Carriage Driving, which is the sporting division of carriage driving, affiliated obviously to the FEI in the British Isles, and he's recently gained a place on the FEI driving committee, which is all about the rule making, sorting out schedules, dressage tests, all that sort of thing. does a lot for driving, pretty much a full-time job for Andrew now. So he's sitting there at C, and he's the one that has to be completely au fait with the rules. He's the one that if there's a mistake or a disobedience or penalties have to be awarded, he's the one that rings the bell and does that, all down to him. At P, we have Melinda Kellerman, and she's from Romania, level 3 judge. Anne-Marie Turbe, very, very well-known judge as well, trainer from France. She's at S. To give him his full name, Miguel Engel Gurites Camarillo, level 3 for Spain. He's sitting at V. And at S, our designated foreign judge, Pia Skar for Denmark. She's level 4. So that's the roll call of our judges as we wait for our next American athlete to come forward. And just getting some good views there. Kendro, 9. They've had a good season. Firsts at Millspring in Tryon, and both the Ecalle events at Live Oak and at the Horse Park. Currently ranked 15th, so that's one of our top ranked drivers, and there's really very little between them already. A smart canter coming in. Took part the same combination 2 years ago in La Pam on the American team. Dutch breeding once again with this horse. Gives you a bit of an idea of the scale of the arena when we get those sort of corner shots. Interesting to see how he's holding the reins, a bit like the ridden reins. Now that is a very good shoulder in. That's very clearly defined. That's what you're aiming for, and you can see even from this camera angle how the tracking of the footfall has changed. So you get that squash diamond, and it's all about getting the inside hind leg right underneath the horse, and it really is a fantastic bit of training to have in your toolbox. Now the mark's going at about 53, as would be expected. We're into one of our top ranked drivers now. He's had a great season competing in the States. Obviously they've had a lot of logistics to contend with, whether the Americans and Canadians have come over and spent the season on continental Europe or whether they've come over for the event, down to personal preference. I'm sure they've had to think enormously about how to get their horses match fit. Oh, just nudge that. Oh, you just want him to nudge that leg forward. Yeah, he did it. But there we go. 8 seconds. Might be penalised slightly for the movement within the 8 seconds. If he'd got that halt at the beginning. Yes, and so that's gone to 56, which is a shame because it's a lovely supple test. I think that's the standout characteristic at the moment. Horse very well toned and trained. You can see he's a stallion, got that more pronounced crest on him. Lovely corners, going really deeply into his corners. And that's also quite a good prep for coming into that shoulder in. Gets the horse into the right sort of frame and outline for it, but it's making sure that it's not just through the head and neck, that the whole body is doing it. So the judges will be keeping eyes on the legs as well, but it does give a good collection afterwards. That's what you exactly what you're wanting to achieve in your training, from the shoulder into collection, because you've got this energy and this spring coming up from behind. Just stretch out. Where are we? 57. Just want him to stretch. It was tiny bit. He just wanted those longer strides from the transition, but he settled into it. Of course, it's that gamble between letting them stretch, have their heads a bit, maintaining the contact, but making sure they don't anticipate and break. One of those movements where there's nowhere to hide. Clear view for the judges as he rejoins at H. And that was a very smooth transition. See if the average comes down a bit after that. Look good. What a lovely conditioned horse this is. You might remember Taylor, who is currently sitting in third. Whether this one troubles that position on, we shall have to wait and see. Also for the American team, they've got a strong squad here. She had that very elegant horse yesterday, like a ballerina going round. And those few strides of trot, 3 to 5, these sort of almost snail shells going up the arena with the circles. The canter work really is the make or break for this test. So confirming now, Cecilia, who we've just seen for Sweden, it was 65.29. I think we've had 3 versions of that mark, but let's stick with the 65.29. That was a 31st placing for her. And a percentage of 59.19. As Raymond Helmuth completes his test, his trot to canter transitions are very, very good. Yeah, that's reflected in a slightly better set of averages, 56 at the moment. Oh, that was a lovely transition. Absolutely instant. Let's hope that gets a decent mark, because from this angle, that looked very, very good. Super test from the American. I'm sure the crew and all their many supporters off camera will be cheering. They're always quite demonstrative. That's right, yeah, average coming down 55, 54. Not surprising. There were a lovely set of final movements there and a lot of quality to that test. Precise, smooth transitions. There was no launching into the air, no explosions. It just happened in a beat, less than a beat almost. 1 minute he was cantering, the next minute he was trotting up and down. What an obedient, finely tuned horse that was. That was a pleasure to watch. Should end up round about where his teammate Taylor Bradish is with Katie did Duchess yesterday. They opened our afternoon sessions. The figures are just moving around a little bit at the moment. Trying to give you the most accurate, and he's absolutely disappeared off my screen. Oh, he's nudged Taylor down into 4th, but that's fantastic for the Americans. That will be doing their team effort, all sorts of good. And here we have it again, a bit of disparity between the judges. P, she does seem to be out on a limb with her judging. Melinda Kellerman, she's got a 12th there, 152.5. The others much more in accordance. Look at those marks. Andrew at C, 159 for a 5th. I'll just go through that. So it was 159 for a 5th from Andrew, 168, don't forget, from yesterday. Pierre Scar at R has been marking proportionately higher, but that's a 3rd place for her. Anne-Marie Turby really liked that, and she's a judge whose opinion we do sit up and listen to. That was a 2nd place for her at S, 160.5. And Anne-Marie was a little bit harder on her marks yesterday. She is so keen on the training. She's so keen on it not being just about where the head is and where the front feet are. She's somebody that looks at the whole horse. I've discussed this with her over the years. 154.5 is a 6th place, a little bit harder from Miguel. Our judges at V&P saw something a little bit different. Those are the two judging boxes at the lower end at A. As I said yesterday, it very much depends on the choreography of each test as to what the judges see. Barry Capstick said that when he was in Hungary. The test looks very different from different positions. And as we are waiting for our fourth, so the halfway point in this opening session, Helle, Jespersen, Frid for Denmark, another one of the team members coming off. Age 46, just warming up at the bottom end of the arena. It does depend on the size of the overall area, and they've got a bit of room here because it's 80 in length. There we go, 46-year-old, current ranking 78. As they come in off that circle, establish their canter. It's great they get a chance to do that off a circle. That's the ideal, but obviously with the teams and the lengths of their arena, quite often they just have to come straight up from the warm-up zone. Let's see where that entrance was. So we've just seen a very, very good test from Raymond Helmuth for the American team effort. That's 54.17. That's a 3rd place at the moment. Nudged his teammate Taylor down into 4th. Now the judges not quite so pro that entry. That was a 72. Maybe it was a little too bounding. Nice close-up shots here from our camera team. Thank you to them. That's better. 66. And the shoulder in, trying to ensure it comes all through the body. And then it does set you up very, very nicely for this smaller collected circle. That's exactly where you want to be. Quite a natural progression from the shoulder in to that movement. She was also in Le Pan 2 years ago. The team was 8th. She was 36th. This is a Danish warm blood. Naturally, most of our leading horse breeding and driving nations do have their own warm bloods. We've got Polish, even some Czech coming later. Obviously the Dutch, the various German breeds that come under the warm blood category. Swedish, of course, and now we've got a Danish warm blood. So selective breeding over the years to produce the ultimate either ridden or driven athlete. Didn't quite establish the trot out of the rein back. You don't have the crispness in those transitions that we had in Raymond's test, and that's what Andrew in particular said beforehand. He's very, very hot. Rhythm transitions, that's what he likes, an established rhythm. Just lost a bit of the impulsion on that movement. That will affect the marks. You want to have as much impulsion even in the collection and shoulder ins as you're having in your extensions. That's where the marks are awarded, or the movements, and they gain the higher marks. Yeah, got a good extension. Looks to be a bit more in the comfort zone, but yeah, not surprising. The average has gone to 69. It was a little bit flat on the shoulder in. Always you want the sort of up and forward into the transitions. So the same prefix for Helle's horses that she's competing with at the moment. This is Vojumsgard's Dolomit. And she also has been driving Vojum or Vojumsgard's, 2 A's in there and a J, Dubai. See if I can find out a little bit about them for you. It's one of the reasons why your commentator has lots and lots of screens, so I can have a look at these things. So it's the Dansk Warmblood. It's a Danish breed of modern sports horse, established in the mid-20th century, used mainly for dressage and show jumping or driving. We can add that. They have to pass, like all these breeds, quite a strict performance test, their words. Interesting concoction of the various bloodlines, all of which we're seeing here. We've got Hanoverians, Holsteiners, the Swedish Warmblood, and Tricanas, a breed that has played quite a big part in it all. The Danish Warmblood came into existence in 1962 with the formation of a breed society, and then it merged in 1979 with another society to form the present Dansk Warmblood. First volume of the stud book was published in 1964, listed 150 mares. And quite a proportion of them stem from the Oldenburgers. They're about 160 to 173 centimetres at the withers. Solid coat colour, tend to be bay, which we've just seen. Where's Helle Jespersen? Frid ended on that 64. That will change. They can come chestnut grey, dark bay. Limited white markings. There we have a little bit about the Danish Warmblood. Obviously the Danes, one of the nations, as we know, so strong in ridden dressage, and I'm sure a lot of their Warmblood horses are focused in their breeding towards that particular area of the horse world. So she's ending at the moment on about 63. Just need a little bit more zing in moments of the test to figure next to some of the leaders. I think we've seen what quality is being rewarded from our judges, Stefan Ulrich in particular. And an interesting fact is Kusterond, the great Kusterond, Dutchman, who's just stood on the top of the podium with the Dutch team at the Horse Force. He's actually here training the Swedish team, and he did so well training them. The Swiss team. Glenn's training the Swedes. Koos is training the Swiss. You need your teeth in for this. So on your screens, we have confirmation of that set of marks. Now, where our judges united are Pierscar, a little more lenient on that one, 159. That's an 11th placing from her. But that is enough for 62. Yes, those final marks did bring down the average, 62.96. I've got, that's a 24th. That's about the halfway point where we are at the moment. 148 for a 15th from Andrew. That 159 for the 11th from Pedrajas. At S. Anne-Marie, 140 for a 27th. Miguel, 139 for a 24th, and Melinda 142.5 for a 35th. Once again, she's slightly out on a limb. As we wait for one of the most experienced and garlanded of our single drivers, originally from Bergamo, a trainer himself, Cristiano Cividini, for Italy, and he's got a very long biography on the FEI database. Colando B, one of the horses. He's got 2 horses entered, and Nico das Figueras, So one's a Lusitano, great. We'll soon know which one it is. And one's a Bay Stallion. It's not the grey. World ranking probably isn't that much of an indicator as to what this gentleman has done in driving over the years. And the rankings are directly attributed to recent results, because this is somebody who does a huge amount at the World Championships for the young horses. So he's had best mark was in 2018, or best result. That was an individual silver in the 7-year-old category. This was in Hungary with Grey Danis. He's had a 4th the next year in the 7-year-olds with Handro. He's brought Nico da Figueiras on as a 5 and a 6-year-old. He achieved 11th in the 5th and then a 4th in France last year. 68, 67. So yes, he competed in Svilsvarsvarad in 2022 as a 5-year-old, then obviously a 6-year-old. That's what happens as years go on. In 23, and that was a 4th, and actually still quite young, but that's for the Grey Stallion. This one is a little bit older. So 2 horses entered against him, and that's what some of the national federations have done in bringing their spare along. But a very experienced driver, obviously a specialist in bringing on these young horses. .68, 69 from our judges. Also a little bit overbent, so head coming behind the vertical, which means the neck constricts a bit. You do want as much openness as possible. That's it. That's better. Yeah, that's a 70. Now, quick extension there. Collection from H to C, then the CM extended walk. He's sitting at 70 now. And then the MI, this loop back. This looks like a crooked arm in the shape if you look at the diagram on the dressage test. We all learn them differently, either through doing it or through reading it or through looking at the shapes. Quite an upward transition there. Yeah, that was better. That's brought his average down. 68. So the judges quite like that walk. It's all relative. So Ecolando B, Ecolando, this 11-year-old stallion, KWPN, with Cristiano, one of our young horse specialists. Also taken part in lots of singles championships. Le Pan 2 years ago, Pau, 2016 PIBA. Quite a long roll call for this gentleman. In fact, he was 2004, 20 years ago. He was in Sweden, and his best result to date, appropriately, was in Italy in 2010.
That was Cristiano Cividini,
which is
Italy.
He was third then, individually third. So that's his best result. And in 2006 in Pretonia as well, he was fourth. So has been competing at this level for quite some time. Sitting at the moment at about 66. Let's see if that changes at all. Another 3 to go in this session.
Pedrajas, it's his first World Championship participation. He's driving Aredres MCB.
65.
Purebred 9-year-old stallion. It's his third participation.
65.14. It's moving. It's going down, which is rather nice.
Came 15th, and this year.
Interestingly, on one of the other results forums, we've got Raymond Helmuth's percentage of 65.97, so nobody touching the 70s yet. 54.44 for a third placing for him, so the Americans, no doubt. Now this is quite interesting. Getting slight variations depending on which scoring program I'm looking at. I'm sure it will all become apparent. I'm giving you the scores that are coming through live. Now, where was that? So that was a 34th. We are in agreement, and that's 65.43. V, like that. Miguel, rather like that. That was 151, a 12th for him at V. Interestingly, the nearest score to that, 150 at R from Pierre, was for a 22nd. So you go from 12th to 22nd with only 0.5 of a mark between them. Andrew and Anne-Marie pretty much in alignment in terms of placing, but actually Andrew and Melinda totally in alignment on marks. So they both gave 135.5. 43rd for Melinda, 38th for Andrew, so not too far apart, and a 35th for Anne-Marie Turbe with 137.5. So that gives Cristiano 65.43, which is for 34th position. We move to Spain now. Antonio Perez Pedrajas. And he's had 2 horses he's been running in this season who have been Ajedres, MCB and Leone. But it looks like he's brought the gentleman, the stallion, with him. Spanish registered horse. (27th) at the test event in June, at the end of June, when quite a lot of the drivers came here. Interestingly, the winner in June was Tony Ecalle from France, driving Kensington. And in second place was Kelly Bruder with Flip, and Marianne Vigo, who we will also see later with First Quality, was third. Laure Philippot for Belgium was fourth. Marie Schiltz, who we'll see, was fifth. Mario Gandolfo, is the results from the test event. was 6th, and Stefan Ulrich was 7th. Chiara Schubert, who we've seen, was 8th. Claire Lefort was 9th, and Tara Wilkinson for the Brits was 10th with Cadence. There you have it. Gender S designates or denotes we have a stallion who's 9. Thanks to the graphics team for keeping us up to date, which is much appreciated. So we move from Danish sport horses to Spanish sport horses. Now, the breed, obviously, we associate so much with Spain are the Andalusians, which I know we call PREs now, but they will long be known as Andalusians, which designates or denotes the part of Spain, southern Spain they come from, another country that has such a tie, and also links to the Lipizanas as well. Of course, the Spanish riding school being in Vienna. So CDE stands for Caballo de Deporte Español. So it's a sport horse breed. This is interesting. I'll bring the picture back in just a minute. Again, another one of our concoctions that we do add that in. Back with you again. Round about pedigree analysis of about 50,000 animals. Goodness, quite a big consideration. Creation of the official stud book in 2002, so a relatively new addition to the sort of national warm blood. Now looking at this, what have we got? There's quite an interesting diagram here. So Hanoverians, Holsteiners, KWPNs, Lusitanos, Oldenburgs, Andalusians, Sal Francais, Westphalians. That's what's gone into these bloodlines. Actually, almost impossible to say where one breed starts and another one stops in all this. They are, well, they're considered breeds. Perhaps in English, what we called once upon a time a type, like a hunter. Getting so caught up in the academics of the breeding. With Antonio sitting at 68 for the averages just now. So selective breeding to give us this Spanish sports horse. A bit of Anglo-Arab, pure Arab, Belgian warm blood. How fascinating. Some very clever breeders out there. Isn't this? So another website tells me that actually the stud book was founded in 1999, well, all round about the same time, producing about 1,200 specimens per year. Horses participate in endurance. And Andrew Nicholson who's a well-known event rider. Olympic Games in Paris, 2 CDE horses were jumping. Very interesting. Antonio's test is improving for marks, and that looked quite smart across the centre line there. That's 64. You want to between 3 and 5 paces of trot to affect that transition. Oh, that's a nice aerial view of this final canter, the working canter from K. I don't know where that came from. Passing E along the way, let's say that.
Well, it was the final salute there, the Halton final salute for Antonio Perez Pedrajas driving Aredres.
And that little bit of collected trot before the halt and salute. 62, yes, last movement's being rewarded. 62.35 is where we're sitting on that one at the moment.
Ce sera un meneur néerlandais, Pieter Karelse, avec son cheval Flynn, un Hongre.
61.
Le groom, c'est Nicole Verberg. Il terminait deuxième du championnat des Pays-Bas.
Pretty good. So that was one of those tests that actually really once it got going, and he's in the top half for a 16th place. Yes, we're all in agreement. We are in agreement with what I've got and what you're seeing. 61.10. Were our judges in agreement? No. So, gosh, this is fascinating. Anne-Marie rather liked that. So that was a 9th place for her on 153.5. We have joint 20ths, and that's from Piers Scar at R on 155, and Melinda Kellerman on 149. That's a mark she's also given to Britt Scharfenberg yesterday. And an 18th place for Miguel at V on 143. Andrew didn't rate that. That was a 27th for him, and although there's only one mark between those two judges at 142, there's 9 places. So, but that all means a low 60 mark for the Spaniard of 16th. So pretty good. We have got 2 more to go in this morning session. Pieter Karelse is coming in for the Netherlands. Now, he is on the team. Interesting, the French, the Dutch and the Germans in particular, what a job their team selectors had. The depth and the range of the choice, and with their strict programs of training and commitment and their long-term views. That's what it takes to get these great results that they do consistently. The French very much figuring in the singles as well, obviously the Germans and the Dutch across the driven disciplines. But there are some really big names that haven't necessarily made the national teams. And I assume they can only go on results and form this year, although to have the benefit of some more senior drivers who have done it many times, or do you go for the sharpness of youth and the hunger that often comes with it? As for the Netherlands, and in agreement there, he's on the team, currently ranked 29th, driving, of course, a Dutch warm blood. We would expect nothing different. 14-year-old Flynn. That's a very commentator-friendly name. He was previously ranked 26th, but is now 29th. Kelly Bruder, of course, heading up that. Marie Schultz, currently second, and Marianne Vigo for France. And they've actually been pretty solid in those rankings in recent times as a successful driver for the Netherlands. He was second in Haras in the Netherlands earlier in the season, 14th in Laarden, and 8th early on in the season in Ecalle. Pretty good for the Dutchman so far, sitting in the high 50s. I suspect if the camera pans round, we will see lots of orange tops because they are terribly patriotic, and you can see the Dutch from some distance. Odd little hops there in the movement. Where's that 57? Looks very smooth. Quite a big horse by the looks of things. Careful placement of his feet. Very precise rein back. How's that rewarded? Yes, that's gone down to 56. It's all looking quite relaxed. And lovely to see a full collar. Interestingly, Carole Lumsden, who is from Scotland, but who was driving yesterday, commented afterwards that she was really appreciative of the judges' appreciation of her black and brass harness. We'd say our Sunday best harness. You have a few orange tops there. So most of them, high 90s percentage, have been driven in the breast collars. But to see a full collar out, and just look at where it's placed on the horse. It's got quite a straight shoulder. And what these breeds do so well, that extension sitting at 58. I wonder how Andrew will reward that transition, because that was a bit progressive. That's gone to 58. You want that sort of crisp inner beat. But it's a pretty laid back test. There's not too much to criticise. In fact, there's lots to reward. I do like the type of the horse. Good stamp. A little bit more substance to it through its body than you see for a lot of them. But of course, when you've got so much cross-pollination from different breeds, bloodlines, it's quite interesting where the genes out and what characteristics come through. And it's not just about the conformation, it's about their attitude and their temperaments and their trainability. And quite interestingly, on Facebook this morning, there's a well-known, he's like a horse whisperer and a trainer based in the UK called Richard Maxwell, and he was off helping a show jumper called Jeff Billington train some youngsters and get them in. And he showed a picture of a few cuts on his hand, and his comment was, talented horses aren't always easy. And that's coming from somebody who has this incredible communication and sixth sense with horses. So we do know that the horses with the X factor quite often have a bit of temperament to go with it, but that's what you want. You want the fire and the diva qualities in them as well. It's just knowing which buttons to press. Oh, now that was a beautiful counter-canter, which was unfortunate, because until that moment it had all been going to actually very well. That's gone to 59 for an average, not surprising. It's just one of the mistakes that's a bit of a standout in this canter heavy test. A lovely transition. It just gets a little bit overbent sometimes, but otherwise pretty relaxed. That's it. Foot down. Coming into the side eye, little bit of collection, and then that was very smart. I expect the average will come down. Lovely smooth transition there for the final centre line. Does look like he could do it all day. Actually looks like a jolly comfortable canter to ride as well. And just arranges his feet into a good square. I think the averages will come down a bit on that one for Pieter Karelse for the Dutch team. This is an important test for their quest, because it always is a requirement that the Dutch find themselves on the podium. They are such a strong driving nation. They do have some extremely good personnel behind the scenes, training, sourcing the horses. Let's think about where it all starts. The breeding programs, nowhere better than Holland for producing these wonderful driving horses. Now, Pieter's just disappeared off the bottom of the score screen. He will be delighted with that. Of course, those last few movements and marks were good. Oh my goodness. We have a first at V. So Miguel really liked that. But we've got a 34th at P from Melinda. Interesting.
So France will be the last in the arena before the first break this morning. First group of 8
Just
horses.
taking in all of that. Andrew had that in 5th. He rated that 159.5. 156 from Pierre, not quite as generous as we often find her. That's 15th. Anne-Marie, 11th for her. She's in the middle of all these judges on my screen and in her marking today. 149 for her. 161. Miguel rated that very highly.
He scores 159.5 at C.
And 144 from Melinda Kellerman. I thought they were all aligning after the last few tests, but no. They're keeping us on our toes. Now, talking of toes, this is definitely a test that you want to sit up and watch, or that is the anticipation beforehand. Currently ranked number 4, but the winner of the test event here in June, the end of June. Naturally, a lot of things have changed because the obstacles have been completely revamped. Johan Jacobs has been very busy doing that, and the feedback is from those in the know that the obstacles do look fantastic. Lots and lots of options, and tomorrow's marathon is going to be quite enthralling. Kensington is a 9-year-old Royal Dutch warm blood. Tony is 41, but of considerable more importance than his age is his ranking. He was first in Chablis in August, probably the final run out for a lot of our drivers and horses before they came. Obviously first here in June with Drew in Samour, second in Kronenberg, and fourth and Exley in those early Dutch international events. Again, those wonderful equestrian centres. We are quite spoilt for choice. We have historic studs, a bit like this one, or Kizaz in Poland, or Svilsvasvarab where we've just been, or Flyinge in Sweden. Now, I think we just sit back and enjoy this one, because that is quite a sight to behold. Sitting up, pinging round the test. Oh, he just, frustrating because he's sitting on 43. Just a slight hop there, but so much to like about this. Quite a bit of substance to this horse, but that trot was out of this world. Now, yeah, that little hop there was expensive. 48, but let's see if we can regain the quality that we've just glimpsed. Now, look at that head position, much more open through the neck and the throat, not over bending. This is what we're aiming for, really sitting up. So there's a sense of it always going forward, that power coming from behind. Lovely trot work. Yeah, that's better. The average has come down again, 47. We may well have our first sub 50, which would be in line with form this season. Tony Ecalle, one of the top drivers, and certainly one that will have an eye on an individual podium as well as the team event. Lovely and straight. Very, very good. Rein back and forward into a business-like trot. It's collected, but it must remain active. Oh, just look at him when he goes. That was the working. That's pretty flashy for a working trot, actually. 46, 47. I think we can safely say this is quite a flashy test so far. Now, he just sits up. It looks so lovely and light in front, and that's because they've got this condensed power from those good quarters, and you can even see the strength through the back of this horse. But that trot is wonderful. .47, still sitting. We're going to, all being well, have our first sub 50, and it will be very interesting to see how aligned the judges are on this. Again, lots to like about that transition. Oh, that was a bit of power there, wasn't there? What a very well put together horse for this driving job. You can see why they've done so well, and I'm sure he'll be fantastic through the obstacles too. 47 still where the average marks are. The thousands of hours that have gone into getting to this point. He loves his trot, probably the best trot we've seen so far at this World Championship. The canter's fantastic, but there is certainly a wow factor to the trot. I expect Andrew will be enjoying this at sea. I do get odd messages from him, mainly saying, don't quote me, but... I think everybody in the ground felt there was quite a variation in the judging and what they saw yesterday. Now, in the meantime, just enjoy. That's the gold standard, and that's what you're aiming for, and that's why he's sitting very comfortably in the 40s at the moment, because it looked as light as a feather. It looked like you could almost put your hand underneath one of those hooves and come away unscathed. Don't, but that's what it looked like. Oh, you just watch this horse trot all day. And congratulations to Tony and to Kensington. And I suspect Kensington has just entered the wish list of many of you watching, wherever you may be. And for those of you that might well tune in afterwards, that's fabulous. What a super horse and what a fabulous test. Now that is our new gold standard, because he will catapult himself to the top of the leaderboard. At the moment it's sitting on 45. Whether it creeps under there or not, we shall just have to wait and see. But yes, it's gone to 44.
So we now have a break in the dressage.
So there will be a short break, but I'm not going to come off until we've actually just got those final marks for Tony Ecalle, because that really was a super, super test. And I'm sure the likes of, who have we got coming? Werner Ulrich, Jessica, Waecka, Claire Lefort. She's not on the team this time. Marie Schultz. We've got quite a treasure trove of drivers and wonderful horses to come next. And of course, he's leapt, catapulted to the top. Okay, we have 4 firsts and a third. I think those marks speak for themselves. You don't need a commentary on that. But 4 out of the 5 had that in front. At P, a third. Just for the record, Melinda had Lars Kruger, which was a jolly decent test yesterday. That to her was her first place test. But otherwise our judges unified on that one. So there you have it. 2 tricolores, the French flags on top. Stefan Ulrich, don't forget they've got Cousteron training the Swiss at the moment. They really are so hard working. Our horse force drivers, some of them. Boyd's out there training as well, and Glenn's helping the Swedes. A couple of Union Jacks in there. Luxembourg very much in touch, but looking very good certainly for the French and the Americans at the moment. But we do have some hard hitters coming in soon. There we have Mike Hodgson I think he felt that just a couple of errors in it, but very pleased. And actually, the British driver yesterday who was most over the moon, and it's all over the social media, that was Chris Ainscough, who was just thrilled with how his Arabo-Frisian Anton went. So very short break. When are we back? Local time. We've got 15 minutes. And then again, something potentially pretty good coming with Bartlomiej Kwiatek coming. There we have it. One of the most garlanded and experienced of the single drivers. Also drives up to horse force. He would very, very much like to be with the teams, but he's so busy training and teaching and bringing on his own horses. But he's one of our singles stars as well, and I look forward to bringing you that coverage. 15 minutes or so. Don't go too far away.
Alors, pendant cette petite pause, moment pour vous parler un petit peu de nos exposants, dont ceux qui sont juste en face de cette carrière d'honneur. Vous avez Patrice Bess, qui est une agence immobilière basée à Paris, mais qui a créé un réseau national spécialisé dans la vente de bâtiments de caractère. Donc vous pouvez aller les rencontrer. Ils sont en face de la carrière de l'Orne, en face de la carrière, et donc peuvent vous proposer des propriétés dans un petit peu, je pense, toute la France, dont la Normandie, puisqu'ils sont présents ici avec nous pour ce championnat du monde singles. La Maison Pourcin, qui sera présente à la remise des prix de ce soir. Je rappelle qu'à cette remise de prix à 19h30, vous aurez tout d'abord la remise de prix du dressage, et ensuite la Maison Pourcin récompensera l'attelage, enfin le plus élégant. Ce sera le prix de l'élégance, et c'est ce soir, donc avec la Maison Pourcin, bouclerie et harnachement à Paris depuis 1830, fabricant français d'accessoires métalliques en laiton et en boucles. Vous pouvez les retrouver en face de la carrière Normandie, enfin non, ils sont d'ailleurs en face de la carrière de l'Orne ici. Ils remettront également un prix d'élégance à l'issue de cette épreuve donc de dressage ce soir. Donc n'oubliez pas, nous accueillerons les 5 meilleurs du dressage pour la remise des prix Haras national du pain Pise, et puis la Maison Pourcin donc remettra un prix d'élégance, et c'est ce soir. N'hésitez pas à aller leur rendre visite. Vous pouvez également admirer les statues ILEP qui sont tout autour du site du Pise. ILEP, qui est une entreprise familiale et artisanale française et qui développe des sculptures animalières sur mesure. L'authenticité de nos créations provient d'un savoir-faire unique et 100% français. Nous nous adaptons à la demande et aux besoins de nos clients. Créée en 2022, c'est une filiale de l'entreprise Metalpart, spécialiste d'ouvrages métalliques en tout genre. Vous pourrez admirer les statues ILEP dans les allées du Pise, entre les carrières de dressage et de saut d'obstacle. So don't forget that this evening we will have the prize giving for the dressage. That will be at 7:30 this evening. The top 5 drivers after dressage will be invited to this prize giving, and there will also be an elegance prize offered by Pourcin. Pourcin, who is one of our exhibitors. They are here with buckles and jewellery for driving, and they're a French company based in Paris since 1830. Allez, 2 minutes maintenant, donc avant la reprise du dressage. Nous allons reprendre avec la Pologne, avec le numéro 7 mondial. La Pologne, c'est Bartlomiej Kwiatek qui va se présenter dans quelques instants. Il était champion individuel en 2018 à Kronenberg et il était en bronze individuellement et par équipe à Pau en 2020. C'est Bartlomiej Kwiatek qui se présente donc maintenant avec Nervous. Next to go for Poland is Bartlomiej.
And a very warm welcome back. I hope you had time to digest that fabulous test that we've just seen. In the meantime, you will also want to sit up and take a look at this one as Bartlomiej Kwiatek, famous brother and sister who do so much for Polish driving. And again, he's one of our drivers that has done so much with the young horses over the years. He's been world singles champion, but also many multi-medals in the 5, 6 and 7-year-old categories. Fantastic trainer, originally from Poznan, has driven for the state and the army. He's actually very tall when he's not sitting on the carriage and specialises in driving, of course, the wonderful Polish Silesian horses. Another one of our heritage European breeds as Barty gets going with his test. Judge is sitting at 63, but for those of you that were watching, the horse just came in slightly on the wrong bend. It wasn't as ramrod straight as you would hope for that entrance, but just bear in mind this is a relative youngster. No, he's 7. Yeah, 70 at the moment. That should come down. Interesting. I can now share some of the marks that Tony has just got for his test. 7s and 8s. And a few 9s at the end for the athlete and the general impression. That's the judges not giving away their marks, marking quite conservatively, rewarding tentatively, as the Polish team member whose sister Veronica will come forward. Good halt there, legs and feet exactly where you want them. And a defined rein back, just has a bit of a habit of popping his head up in those transitions, but otherwise lots to like about his trot. That's better. Yes, the average is coming down 66. Oh, that's disappointing. I've seen a few horses do that. They just anticipate the canter and then that gets expensive because it's a break of pace. No, he's determined. Oh, this will be frustrating. Yeah, that's expensive. Averages 70, 71. 2 quite defined breaks of pace there. And really at this level of competition, when we have the sort of competition we do, there's no margin for these errors at all. You've just seen the sort of test that the judges reward. But we do have a relatively novice animal, admittedly, and extremely experienced hands. But just having a few green moments in the test. stretching out well. That might help the average down a little bit. That's it now, the canter. Still sitting at 70. A supple horse, but just needs a little bit more strength, it looks like, to be able to keep that frame and hold himself up well. Down a smidgen on the averages, 69. Collection V to I, and then let's see this transition. Yep, that was fine. Didn't really have a particularly defined extension, but a decent canter down that centre line. A little bit bendy still, but a good halt. Halted well earlier, and the salute for Bartlomiej Kwiatek.
Qui est un cheval silésien né en Pologne, âgé seulement de 7 ans, remportant Boguławice en Pologne.
Looks like it's stopping at about 67. Still rolling in marks from the judges. It does all change quite dynamically at this point in the scoring. 66. Heartening to see it coming down. So that will be, yeah, by his standards and past form, not quite where he'll want to be. Pierscar, not a fan of that at R. That was a 46th for her out of the 49 we've gone. I think she obviously felt a bit more strength and consistency needed. Andrew was 142 at C for 29th, 140 from Anne-Marie for 30th, 142 from Miguel at V for 21st, and 140 for 43rd from Melinda. Now, interestingly, those marks are about as close as they've been throughout the competition. Only 5 between Pierre and Andrew, all the others in that bracket. So the judges pretty much united in their marking, but a variation from 21st to 43rd. Always interesting. So we are now into our second session of 5 here in the World Singles Championships in Le Pan. Le Pan, as it's called, Le Pan au Haras, to give it its proper name, or National au Haras, because it is such an important fixture in French, well, French history. Kings, linked to Versailles, all sorts of things. And Unzeitig coming in next with De Niro for the German team. They've got 5 out of 8 team members this time.
L'Allemagne maintenant est à l'équipe d'Allemagne avec Anne Unzeitig et De Niro, 29.
So another one with a pretty impressive ranking. Probably one of our youngest competitors, age 22. But look at that ranking. That's a number 9. So we're inside the top 10. We should see something quite special now. We've just seen Tony's test, which was mesmerising. Now, this is another one of our athletes who has come up through the Young Drivers Championships. She won individually in 2021, and also the team was gold. She was driving Charmer 434 then. She here is driving a Hanoverian, and one of those breeds that figures very importantly for the warm bloods, and also this rich German heritage of their very high quality breeding. .52, low 50s for her early marks. He's got a nice bit of bounce and suspension to the trot, little bit uneven there. Tiny bit of resistance. Warm blood sports horse. Very consistently successful across the disciplines. Reckon to be about 20,000 of them registered. They have a natural balance, which I think you can see quite well with this one. Obviously the northern part of Germany, Hanover. It was a part of the British Empire. Yes, there was quite a connection between the Germans and the British at that point in the 18th century, some intermarriages. 58 is where Anne is sitting with De Niro, 29 at the moment. He's 16. So pretty experienced. They were part of the bronze medal winning team 2 years ago. This combination. First in Kronenberg, so that was a great start to their season. Third in Laden and 13th at the test event. They were 12th after the dressage with 54.71, 26th after marathon, and had a good cones. Looked like a double clear for third place, so that was how they fared a few months ago. You remember a different event, some of the same judges, if not all of them. .59. It was George II in 1735. He was king of Great Britain and Ireland. He helped establish a state stud that began the breeding of the Hanoverians. Prussian, Holstein, Spanish and Mecklenburg horses were crossbred with the addition of thoroughbreds and half-bloods. So look at that melting pot of breeds in there. This resulted in a horse with a fine physique and movement. Well, we can see that. We roll on a century after the death of William IV, so this does have quite a bearing on the British royal family history. Law restrictions ended the personal union between Britain and Hanover. And because Hanoverian law prohibited a woman from sitting on the throne, and England had a new ruler in Queen Victoria, there was a bit of a shift in balance, despite her enormous ties to Germany. 1867, an association was founded for creating a horse for carriage pulling, which is what we're seeing here. Slightly ham-fisted way of talking about it, but carriage horses, a bit more elegant, and military purposes. Don't forget that up until the First World War, a lot of these horses were used in the war effort. Studbook was established in 1888, and the Hanoverian Association in Verden kept a register of the breed. Now the average is 59 for Anne for the German team. You see just about more German flags than any other on the roll call of winners and medalists in the history of the singles championship. So again, we are looking at an important test for their bid for another team medal. Naturally, after the Second World War, how horses were used changed from utility and commercial to sport and general riding, and quite a bit more thoroughbred blood was injected, some Trakehner and Anglo-Arab. Elegant warm bloods, medium height. Says extension across there. .57, and let's see this final transition. Yeah, very smooth, very, very smooth, just what is wanted. They can have a slightly flat but angular croup with a highly set tail. We see that in a lot of the Dutch horses, don't we? Clearly defined joints, strong loins helps in that carriage. Powerful hind legs, large hooves. Yes, no foot, no horse. As the test comes to an end, yes, those final movements were spot on for Anne. 56 is where the total is rolling at the moment. Put her up into the mix of our leaders. Obviously some way from Tony and his fantastic 40-something. But ticked lots of boxes, that test, for the judges as well.
That was an Unzeitig for Germany. Her scores 163.5 at sea, 145.5.
So she's disappeared quickly up into the higher orders, currently sitting in 7th, which is very good. Andrew liked that test. As you can see, just look at that mark at C. So that was a second place test for him, 163.5. He would have liked the consistency and the rhythm of that one. 162 for a third for Anne-Marie, similar comments for that. By contrast, a 34th from Melinda Kellerman, 145.5. Not so far away, but Miguel didn't like that either. VMP, they're seeing quite different tests at that end of the arena. 148, 18th, and a 7th from Piers Scar. 163. So a second, a third, a 7th, an 18th, and a 34th. That's probably as wide a range as we've had.
Tchèque, d'ailleurs, du Studbook tchèque Warm Blood, CZEWB. C'est un cheval qui s'appelle Fela Z. Fela Z qui est une jument âgée de 10 ans. Ils étaient deuxième du championnat de la République tchèque en 2024 et s'octroyer une 5e place à Pisenj-nad-Jiri cette année et une 3e place à Kladruby-nad-Labem en République tchèque. C'est leur 3e participation au championnat du monde. Ils étaient ici au Haras du Pin en 2022, mais avec un autre cheval. Et puis, ils étaient également de la partie à Cronenberg en 2018, avec également à Piber en 2018, avec un autre cheval, avec Desperado.
Next in for the Czech team, and I will at this point name check my lovely colleague and fellow commentator Vucha, who helps me out. In fact, he was sending me voice notes last night on request to get myself around some of the Polish and Czech pronunciations. So Jiri Ziegler. Let's hope I've got that right, Vucha, if you're listening. Thank you. He's driving far easier to contend with Fela Z, a 10-year-old mare, Czech warm blood we're on to now. And Jiri was in, or Yizzy was in Le Pan 2 years ago with Harold, and in Piber in 2016 with Desperado. Ranked 77th. Was 3rd in Kladruby, that wonderful event at the Czech State Stud where the magnificent Kladrubers are based, and that was back in April. Also involved in dressage and show jumping, inspired by Yuri Nesvasil Senior, who's obviously connected, and his clever sons also were driving in Hungary. 67, 69. Head just coming behind the vertical there. Just want that head a little bit higher. The highest point should be the pole. That point at the top of the neck and spine, just behind the ears. Actually, the horses can hold quite a lot of tension there, even if they're just tied up with the head collars on and they pull back. So all of these horses will have regular physios, chiropractors, whatever they have. A number of them have their permitted therapists who are travelling. Yeah, just keep it up. But standing smartly in front, certainly. Rein back, pretty good. Just want a little bit more. If you had a fraction more coming from behind, if you think of this sort of cycle of where the power comes from, there's lots of drawings and ways of debunking the myths out there. But you want the sense that the horse is going forward and up. The term that was used so much, on the bit, it's almost becoming bridling. Slightly changed these days. You see, just tucks his chin in a bit too much. It almost sits behind the bit. And that's why we're on 67 at the moment. So the Czech warm bloods tend to be, again, the connections with Italy and Spain. We see that through the Lipizzaner bloodlines as well. Well balanced in their structure, have a natural aptitude for the work. We can see that. A good all-rounder. I think most of these warm bloods are. That's why they've been bred as such. Some good Trichina breeding in there, of course. Very rich history, again, of the horses being bred and used at sort of imperial state military level in what we now call the Czech Republic. '68. Just see Jiri just trying to get the horse to open out a bit there. Whilst keeping this collected canter. Well put together horse. Another feature, the strong neck on an elegant body, broad long back, good hooves, always helps. And a feature that seems to be coming up quite often, they have thick manes and tails. Relatively long-lived, unpretentious, willing and teachable. Good temperament. Czech warm blood origins go back to the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Late 19th, early 20th century. Also the importance of the German breeding as well. Obviously the stud farm in Kladruby, also important. Thoroughbreds, Self-Francais, Arabian and Anglo-Arabs play their part as well. 68 as that test comes to an end. With this 10-year-old mare, Czech warm blood. 68 on the nose at the moment, which will be 40 something for a position. Let's see, is he going to come any lower? 66.93 at the moment. Doffs his cap to the crowd. I'm sure each country has quite a depth of passionate fans with them. See where the clock stops on this one. 66.96 at the moment. You might get a flash of the numbers as well. Let's see, out of curiosity, how our judges were on that one. So he's disappeared off the bottom of my screen, not so far up. Where have we got? 2 44s, a 32nd, a 36th and a 33rd. Okay. Quite aligned, relatively speaking. 66.76, 42nd place. Andrew at C, 141.5. Pierre at R, 148. Anne-Marie, 132. That was the lowest mark, 132.5. A smidgen ahead, 133.5 from Miguel at V, and 144.5 from Melinda. So they saw about the same test. Interesting. Now for the Swiss, don't forget we've got Cousterond in the background, his tall figure helping these lucky Swiss drivers. I want to have Couster's wisdom and eyes on that. And it was really helpful in their fantastic silver podium finish a year ago for the horse pairs. So fantastic that his wisdom has been put to such good use. A number of our leading horse
Andrea
fours
Kun, et
drivers.
en singles.
Glenn's also there.
14e ici au mois de juillet,
Told
6e à
Boyd's there.
Saumur et
Quite often he
5e à
supports the
Tessa en
Germans, but don't take that as
2023,
gospel.
donc, ses performances
Trying to get
avaient
hold of him to find out who he's
déjà
there
avec
supporting.
Helmuth. Il y a
And
d'autres performances avec
but
des
definitely
autres
Koos
chevaux.
is
Il
helping
mène
these.
avec
So
Martine Barbey. On mène en
great
famille.
to
Ce
see
soir, c'est sa grosse
our
pour
big
le
names
dressage de marathon et la maniabilité.
in the fours. Also, our World Cup drivers. Bram
Barbey,
also spends a lot of time travelling around. He's teaching the Americans a lot of the time.
Singles, they also drive
There we
cars
go.
who
As
have
coming
competed twice
into
in World
shot,
Championships, of which,
Michael
last year here in Arras-du-Pin.
Barbey.
They were also here in
And you see that
2022 in the
cross in the
Centre
middle
Paris.
denoting the Swiss flag. And this
He
is
was
one for the
here
team.
in July,
41-year-old
14th with
ranked
Radzicki designer,
47th.
in Celesta.
And he's got an Oldenburg, going back to the German breeding,
Da Vinci, who's a
10-year-old
Oldenburg gelding.
gelding. Da
Driving
Vinci,
Martine Barbey, who's his groom
as
for
in
all
Leonardo des Arenes. Now this was another one of our horses, as the Swiss team have done more than most, who take part in the pairs. So Da Vinci was also in a pair with, I shall say Michael, it's probably Michel Barbey, in 2021 in Kronenberg and a year ago here in Le Pam for what was a fantastic, we had over 90 pairs. Running several horses this year. In fact, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on his FEI records at the moment, and that's a cracking start if he can maintain it. It was 49, it's edged up to 52, but the judges liked that entrance an awful lot. So a long list of FEI World Championship appearances for this gentleman. 2004 in Sweden, Astrup for the singles. 2008 in Jarentorp, Poland. The team then were third. He was fourth in Protoni individually. That's a very good finish in 2010. He figures on the roll call as an individual medalist when the Swiss had a very good championship in Portugal. He was silver individually and the team were also silver. That's in 2012. 2014 in Hungary, he was 10th and the team were third. He's sitting at 53 at the moment. Piba in 2016, team were also third. So enormously experienced. Got his carriage driving license when he was 15. Father introduced him to it when he was 8. But certainly somebody that has competed both singles and pairs. Some of those results I was giving you, he had 2 horses against. But yes, the pairs, obviously Kronenberg and Le Pan last year. There we have it. Very experienced. Sitting at 52 at the moment. And that's a good lengthening of the frame Is it matched by the lengthening of the pace? Or the stride, rather. Let's see as he pops out from behind. Let's see, sitting at 54 now. Certainly that was quite a good stretch through the body. Smooth transition there, that's what you're asking for. Just being sent pictures of the 73-year-old Ian Bertram warming up for his dressage. Ian, who's a Scot and driving an individual for the British team. Great to see Ian still competing at world level after many, many years. He's out there just now. Beyond these shots, but we are with Switzerland at the moment, and the Swiss doing an awful lot right in this dressage phase. Stefan Ulrich was in second place overnight. Obviously that's changed a little bit. He's now sitting third, 53.97. Just hold that mark in your memory, and let's just see where his teammate Michael Barbey ends up. We've got some Roxanne and the police playing in the background. Very well balanced horse. I think that's one of the takeaways from this test. You get the sense that there's an equal weight going down with each footfall. You know, very much a leg in each corner. Yeah, not the most extravagant of trots we've seen, but certainly nicely executed as he comes round. Yeah, the judges quite like that. On 52 now, brought the average down a bit, but again, another smooth transition. That's been another standout feature of this test. It's just quite a sort of gentleness to the transitions, and a lovely halt at the end. That will do him no harm at all. Currently sitting on 53, 52, may come down a bit more. He's going to go ahead of Stefan. This is quite important. I'm going to move my cursor all the way up to the top because I'm pretty sure he won't go into the lead, and he might not even be second, but there's every chance that will be a third place test. Let's just wait and see. And lots of people on their feet. That has gone down very well, that test. Last few moments waiting, and Cousteronde obviously doing a good job out of shot as their trainer. It's not just about being here at the big events, it's about a long program of working on horses, building on their strengths, ironing out their weaknesses, coming up with a program. And they will also have, I'm sure, their dressage trainers on the ground. A lot of our drivers will have somebody who they do some dressage training with, and that's right, as expected and predicted. That's enough to put him into third place. How are our judges? Oh, P, Melinda, 11th from her. But at V, so Miguel liked that. That was his second place test. Out of all that we've seen, 163. 167 from Anne-Marie for a third place, and 163 from Andrew for a third place. And 170 from Pierre, that's a fourth place from her. And then 153.5 from Melinda for 11th.
Growth Wonder a 13 ans, c'est un Hongre, et elle mène avec Tom Coverdale qui sera son groom. Next to go for Canada, Carole Precious. She's driving Growth
Now
Wonder.
we move
Warm blood horse, born in
away
the
from
Netherlands. Growth Wonder
Switzerland and its
inspired
beautiful Alps
daughter who's just had
and Lake Geneva and all the wonderful things that happen in Switzerland, because it really is the most beautiful country, and we are moving to Canada. Another beautiful country, but vast, as Carole Precious and Growth Wonder drive for the Canadian team. And of course they are blessed to have Kelly Bruder in their ranks, currently the world #1. So Carole has actually been staying with Kelly. You might remember that the other Canadian who came over from Quebec was with Maxime Maricourt, because the language was a bit easier. They were all speaking French. Quite key to everybody getting on well. And so Carole Precious comes from Cambridge, but it's in Ontario. And I scroll back down. So that was just a cracking test we've had from Switzerland. And that's a 64 for Carole Precious and Growth Wonder coming in. They were driving together last year. They won Bromont in Quebec. That was in 2023. They also were 4th at both Live Oak and the Horse Park events in Ecalle. It's about 3 weeks between those two events, but at the start of the year. And she was 7th in Mill Spring at Tryon. And then probably her best result of the season to date was in June in Bromont again. 13-year-old. And he's quite a handsome chap, isn't he? Got a bit of presence about him. Our judges agree? No, they don't. 73. Probably just want a little bit of length in the neck and lowering it. He's got this quite naturally high head carriage. 70 at the moment. Just trying to keep him still as he comes back. No, he's one of the few who hasn't dropped his head in that rein back. Probably just want him a little bit longer and lower. But he certainly is quite striking with his markings, leg markings. Yeah, and the problem is when the head comes up a little bit, it just makes them look a bit hollow through their backs, and it can almost make them look like a horse of two halves. Bit of hesitation there as he's going into his shoulder in. Yeah, just a tall horse. Not as naturally athletic as some of the others we've seen. I wonder if she does any showing with him. That's it. just has a naturally very high head. Seems to be quite enjoying himself. 71. Another one who's got the full collar on. And forward into that collection and into canter. Extension down this side. This is movement 14 now. That's FA's collected canter, then A to L. Ideally, should have stayed in canter at that point. Oh, yeah, just not quite on point for those transitions, and there was a break there. It's lacking a bit of balance, which is why you get the breaks. You see, he just sort of leans into the circles a bit as opposed to sort of coming from nose to tail in quite the way that we've seen the other horses. He's 72. Oh, yes, just offering to break there. Quite a lot of horse for Carole to have to contain as they canter down the centre line. And a collection before a halt. Looking straight at Andrew Council, who doffs his hat. Now currently sitting on about 71. Let's see where those last few marks come in. Going to be at the lower end of our order, probably about 48th. Almost quite an old-fashioned type of test before we got these different horses, but certainly quite a striking horse to watch. Just very upright. Yeah, gone into the 69s. I think they're going to end up at about 48. In the positions. So they'll go probably just above Sophie Pune, who was one of our first drivers. She was on at 9:20 yesterday, and slotting in just behind Franz Freitninger. He was also on yesterday. There we have it. We'll get a total for you. A few little blips on that scoreboard. But it looks like the judges were fairly united in certainly their positioning. We've got 251st. Ah, really? Melinda. And 11th. So we've got 251st, a 50th and a 48th. And at P, Melinda Kellerman, an 11th. Oh well. 130 from Andrew at C, 134 from Pierre at R. That was a 51st for both of them, a 50th for Anne-Marie on 130 at S, a
Next to go for
48th
Great Britain
on
is Ian
131.
Bertram,
So
driving
those
third one
judges
Dutch born
totally in
Bartlomiej
harmony with each other,
Kwiatek
although
this
that's a
year and
48th.
last
But,
year.
you
They
know, I'm
took
getting
part
to
in
this
several
many
World Championships
drivers.
in
And
Portugal
then
in 2012,
153.5
Subaru in 2010
for an
and
11th
2006, and
from
also in
Melinda
Poland in
Kellerman at
2008.
P.
2006, they were part of the team gold medal and were 6th individually. He's next to go, and he's driving with the Catriona Bertram, who's his groom. The marks for Carole Precious for Canada, 130 at C, 153.5 at P, 134 at R, 130 at S, 131 at V, and that's 69.62 penalties. Allez, les notes de la meneuse canadienne qui obtient 130 en C, 153.5 en P, 134 en R, 130 en S et 131 en V pour une moyenne en pourcentage à 56,54 et une note en point de pénalité à 69,62.
Ian Bertram for Scotland. Just sitting back and enjoying this test. Ian did so well over the years. Don't forget, he was a part of that gold medal winning team in Protoni in 2006. One of our longest serving single drivers, done a huge amount for driving in Scotland. From West Lothian. And this is his 5th World Championship. He's been competing now for 45 years or so, and actually my family have very fond memories of competing alongside Ian, my stepfather Ewan, and Ian were instrumental in setting up the Scottish Carriage Driving Association. Ewan was chairman of that, which was all about uniting all the threads of driving. And Ian, who was so successful with Helmuth Lonach, bred by Brian Murray back in the day, at the fine age of 73. Age is not a barrier. Just dipped out of the 50s now. Most of the test has been in the 50s. What a generous stride this horse has. In he comes. Good extension down there. Ears forward, living his best life. There we go, listening to Ian. Ears forwards and back. There we go. Round the corner. Ian driving as an individual. Quite a strong Scottish contingent in the British squad. We've obviously got chef de keep is Jane Isaac, who is Scottish. She's one of the main organisers behind the Hopeton driving trials. Beautiful property overlooking the Firth of Forth near Edinburgh. And Ian has done plenty to help all the Scottish events over the years. Clear trot, that's it. Forward into canter 64. Anyway, those early marks really were tremendous into the 50s for Ian Bertram. Yes, Katrina is on the back there, his wife. Age is no barrier, says Ian in driving. And a good extension. Let's see if we can bring this average down a wee bit. Get back to where we were at the start of the test. VI collection, or the VK, and then smooth transition there. And it's very purposeful canter. Trot, trot. And then the halt. Now, let's see how our judges agree on this one. Oh, yeah, Andrew can be quite scary. He had a good look at him, didn't he, the horse? As we wave off, certainly one of the legends in British and Scottish driving. Ian Bertram, well done. Super test. No doubt I'll be hearing from the crew how that was received. Sitting at 61 at the moment as they leave. Ian Bertram individually for the British. Where is 61 going to put him? Roughly round about 20th, actually quite near Harriet and Chris, and he's just nipped in above them both. Actually very consistent, all the British flags fluttering within a mark or two of each other. If you think Ian's just got 61.5 for a 22nd, and judges a bit divided on that one. 3 in alignment, Pierre and Melinda less so, but quite interesting to see where those marks are. So Ian, 61.5 for 22nd. Harriet is in joint 23rd on 61.83. Chris Ainscoe, also as an individual, 61.96. And Mike Hodgson for the team, 62.5. So that's quite something. 1 point, only a point between those 4 Brits. Obviously, Carole Lumsden, also Scottish, a little bit further down the lines, but that is very interesting. incredible consistency from the Brits. 1 point between 4 of them. Don't forget, we've got Tara to come in next. She was 10th for the Brits, that is, at the test event. Quick recap on how the judges had that. So 151.5 from Andrew at C. At R, Pierre was 157. So not too far. That was an 18th from her. 148.5, a 17th from Anne-Marie. So yeah, they saw it in the tally of the other judges. Miguel did not rate that at all. That was a 40th from him, 136.5, and 146.34 from Melinda. Oh well, job done for the Brits. And well done to Ian Bertram. Age is no barrier, age 73. As we return to France, we've got a set of individuals now. Anne Violaine Bru. There you have it. Age is 61. She is ranked 37th. She was 4th last year with a 5-year-old in La Motte Beuvron in France. Nardus it was. She drove. Who's she got here? Guillaume Swing. It's a 13-year-old Dutch warm blood. I will be able to confirm any minute now if it is indeed Bay. And Violaine Bru for the French. Incredibly strong squad for them. She has been on a gold medal winning team in 2008 in Poland, Jarantau. She was also silver individually. 10th individually, 2010 in Pretoni. I can skip over some of the other ones, but she was on the silver medal winning team in 2014 in Izak, Hungary. Team was 4th in PIBA 2016 and 2nd 2018. That was the team, the French. So she's a lady who has contributed a huge amount to the success of the French single horse lexicon. Judges liking what they're seeing so far. That's sitting at 51. We've had quite a few tests where we've had these stunning early marks, but not everyone has managed to uphold that consistency throughout. Let's see if this experienced lady, who's, I'm noting here, connected to Chantilly, I know she still lives there, but this 13-year-old Guillaume Swing. They were 5th in Chablis, and there was the 6-year-old class at Samoa, and she had her youngster Nardus there, and they won that. It's another one of our young horse specialists. Judges still quite favourable. We're sitting at 56, 57. Still Tony in front by just under 6 points, but that really was a wonderful test with Kensington. If you could get a chance to replay that, you should be able to access all the action and replays on FEI TV Clip My Horse. If you want to replay any of this, there will be odd sound bites that are, oh, somebody's got an itch. Oh, he's got an itch. Just trying to, it's just quite an instinctive reaction from the horse. 56 they're at now. Don't know if that was necessarily penalised in the halt, but certainly quite a smooth rein back. It mustn't look laboured. Again, it's another hard one to get right. Looks like it's been driven in a snaffle. The perceived wisdom is really that the curb bits give you just so much more scope when really your physical contact with the horse is only through that bit. Where are we? 56 still. Certainly things like the jointed bits, the snaffles and things, not found very often in driving. In the British Isles, we used to use a Wilson snaffle, probably still do, as part of what we call making the mouth. Whether you're riding or driving, you tend to start off with the bit that has the keys on it, just to get the horse accustomed to having something in there. And you might progress to a Wilson snaffle perhaps when you're doing your early groundwork. But there is such a wide range of different mouthpieces and configurations, particularly if you come to the shows on the continent. It's quite mind-blowing where the development of bits has gone over time. 57, still being rewarded quite well. As just actually quite a gentle transition there. Yeah, judges agreed, 56. And again, another very gentle, elegant. I think this is quite an elegant test, we can say. Obviously, we had sort of quite a lot of power and pizzazz that Clement, you might remember that lovely mare yesterday, and then Tony's Kensington that just flicks its feet. But it wasn't just about the action, it was about the balance and where the power was coming from with that horse. That's why that was so beautifully rewarded. Lovely outline, just presented such a pretty picture and a correct picture. I mean, looks do help, but it's about being correct in terms of the training. Yep. A very nice lady's horse, this one. Where are we? 56 still. Just making the most of those trot paces, just to, it's a quick reset almost. And the half halt on those reins really is the driver's friend. These precision movements and transitions with the singles. All eyes on that one horse. Very good quality transitions here. That's why we're still quite safely in the 50s. Now, a lovely trot, but if you can recall the two lead horses, what their trot's like, it was almost like their quarters perceptibly went down a little bit as the front end came up. So they didn't go long and flat. They came up and forward, and that was what was being rewarded, and that's what gave them their magical factors. But this has been a very correct, very elegant, and very smooth test. So that will do well. And a quick pat. Rightly so. Lots to like about that. And I'm going to scroll up because that is going to come up into probably the top 5 or 6. Let's just see where those final marks are coming down. Looking about 56 at the moment, which would, let's just see where we end up with that one. Those last few marks in. And the $1 million question, how will our judges have seen that? Will they have rewarded? Will we have some quite off the scale marking, or will we have a united 5? So Anne Violaine Bru, just waiting for her marks with Guillaume Swing, 13-year-old. And just a very harmonious combination.
Vandenbosch.
The driver suited the horse and the horse suited the driver very well. Where are they? No, it's still at the bottom of my screen, sitting on 56. I might have some scores to share on your screen. Not a flutter from those flags. It's quite a still day out there. No doubt my Scottish friends will say it's blisteringly hot. But yes, the trees are like statues on those flags, are not moving. Just taking a little bit of time to collate these marks. What can I share with you whilst we're waiting? We've got some team marks. This is exciting. This brings a new dimension to it. France sitting in front on 94.83. At the moment in second, Switzerland 105.28. USA, great for them so far, 109.08 to sit in third. Germany fourth, 110.88. Luxembourg, 118.27. Spain, 121.46, good for them. Netherlands 7th, 122.66. Belgium, 123.39. And the British, don't forget we've still got Tara to come, who we would expect to post the highest score. They're in 9th on 124.33, and nothing between them and Hungary, who are sitting in 10th on 124. So France ahead by just over 10 points at the moment. So that is pretty solid for France as we get back to what's happening currently. So that was a 6th place for Violaine Bru. Bearing in mind she's not a team member. Glim swing, and France sitting pretty there as we welcome in, not Anne, we've just seen her. Trust me, this is Berry van den Bosch team. That's it. There we go. Age 55, currently ranked 72. He was 6th in Harwich and 17th in Exlu. But as I return to the scores, we'll just revisit quickly now they're up, even though Berry has started his test. Okay, Miguel didn't rate that test so highly as the others, 144, which was a 22nd from him. Actually, Melinda in tune with her fellow judges, starting at C, 159.5 from Andrew for an 8th. Pierre also an 8th on 163 at R. Anne-Marie a 4th. She liked that test, 165.5. Miguel 144 V for 22nd. He was the one that was a bit further out on that one from his colleagues, and a 5th from Melinda, 159.5. So that was enough for 6th place, 54.75. But don't forget, Tony Ecalle by some way with his wonderful Kensington, 44.52. Now back to the live action with Berry, who's sitting on 68 at the moment. Let's take a look at why this is being marked like this. Perhaps a little bit of rhythm loss. Oh, oh, he's desperate to do his rein back. He woke up this morning, said, I really want to go backwards today, Dad. He was very keen to do it, wasn't he? Berry has a Christmas Day birthday. He was born on the 25th of December, 1968. And he's driving Fabola BH, who's a 14-year-old Dutch warm blood. Yeah. 72, not surprising. I think he's moments when he's slightly trying to take control, this horse. Fabolo. Barry van den Bosch for the Netherlands as an individual, and he is our final driver on this second morning and rounding off our second session in Le Pen. That's better. It's on 74 at the moment. Let's see if that comes down a bit after this walk. Let's get to the end of it. But '73, yes, the walk was pretty good actually. '72. Yeah, it's the rhythm really. Odd little hops. Yeah, that was fine, but just comes out of his frame a bit. Trot, trot, trot. There we go. That was fine. Yes, and that's indicative. Yeah, quite right. Mark's coming down a bit. He's back into the 60s. That was a decent transition there. Oh, a little bit of a breeze got up. The wind heard me. Round, round, round. Bit better. Might be bringing his averages down. A little bit more on point now. Extension. See? Not a huge alteration there, certainly from the back end. But not too bad. 68, that's come down to. And they normally all do this final movement pretty well. Almost like a little bit of tension releases, probably from everybody. He's a wriggler. He's wriggling. A little bit hot today and a wriggler. How old is he? I remember him being particularly young. 14, slightly opinionated, one would say. And that brings to a close our second session. We've got a longer break now. Where are we? 11:52 local time. We'll be back at 1, but I'll just stick on the broadcast for a bit longer until we get the breakdown of Barry van den Bosch's marks. It's a 67 at the moment. 67 point, it's been 07, 66. It does roll around a bit before it settles. That's 56 competitors have gone, and there we go. Now, how were our judges? Ha! Okay, there's a bit of a line in the sand here. C&R, Andrew and Pierre, 28th and 29th, 144 from Andrew, 152 from Pierre. They're quite often seeing the same tests, those two. I'll just finish off my roundup 47th from Anne-Marie Tourbillon, 134 at Vimugel, 129.5 for 51st, and 50th from P. Melinda Culliman. So Anne-Marie, Miguel and Melinda in alignment a little bit more on that one, 47th to 51st. Andrew and Pierre rated it a little bit more. But there you have it before we go off for the lunch break. If you were watching your screen, and look how closely aligned those Brits are. But it's all about France at the moment. They're some way in front in the team event and also sitting very comfortably on top. It could well change. Don't forget, we've got Kelly Bruder, Claire Lefort, who's not on the French team this time, Marie Schiltz next in Jessica Waecka. She's one of our great young horse exponents. So lots to play for, but various outlets if you want to either re-watch this or have a bit more of an in-depth analysis of the scores. But thank you so much for joining us. I do hope you're enjoying the coverage. It's a joy to be able to share it with you and just celebrate these fantastic horses. And we've seen some quality. We've seen quite a lot today, and we've seen some interesting judging. So thank you very much for your time. Enjoy your lunch break, or it could be breakfast or supper time, wherever you are in the world. And confirmation there of our start list still on dressage, but we're coming into the final quarter. And there you have it, our holding screen at the moment. Take care. I'll see you back at 1 o'clock local time.
there you have the little bit of music to get you back seated. Allez, reprenez vos places pour la dernière session de dressage.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch break, leg stretch, wherever you may be. We are entering the third of 5 sessions of our dressage, and you can see there we're starting with Sweden. Then we will have Switzerland with the great Werner Ulrich. We've got mainly individuals in this section, apart from Marie Schultz, who will be rounding off. So not really anything that's going to affect the team placings so far. Let me roll back down just as a reminder. France remain in front, and as you can see why, although 2 of those in front aren't actually in the team, but it just goes to show the quality and the depth of the dressage they've been able to produce. But it really was a fantastic dressage test from Tony earlier on today. Yeah, both Tony and Clement are in the team, so that's done all sorts of wonderful things. Their total score at the moment, doing the maths, 44.52 plus 50.31 has been enough to give them a very strong lead of 94.83. Hard to think that that's going to be better. Switzerland looking strong, 105.28 for them. And that's because they are currently with 2 team members sitting in 3rd and 4th. So that's fairly clear cut. So Michel Barbey and Stefan Ulrich, 51.31 plus 53.97 gives them the 105.28. And then only split by the French individual and Violaine Bru, who did a lovely test. We've got the 2 Americans, Taylor Bredish, she's sitting in 7th on 54.64, added to Raymond Helmuth's lovely test on 54.44 for a 5th, and that gives them the 109.08. So those are our top 3 nations, followed by Germany, Luxembourg, Spain, Netherlands, Belgium, Great Britain, Hungary, running on, Denmark, Poland, Italy, Austria, Sweden and Canada. But that will change. But the main emphasis on this session is actually on our individual competitors, so not going to have too much of a bearing on those national results. As you can see, the Swedish flag is up. Very lucky, this squad, to have the wisdom, patience and talent of Glenn Geertz as one of their trainers. Eva Bliding, Compañero, 56 years old. She's ranked 116. And another one of our warm bloods. This is the Swedish Warm Blood Association. This horse is affiliated to 15-year-old gelding. Looking quite smart already. How do our judges like that? Yeah, 61. Remember, they've been cautiously rewarding. We know by some way the tests that they awarded, those 2 French tests. And do please go back and have a look at Tony and Kensington, what they produced earlier today, 10:10 local time, because the trot work, but the power, and certainly a test that had some X factor if you want to look back at what the judges have rewarded. If you're following form, sitting at 64 at the moment. Obviously, we have to, in the FEI, have an international panel of judges and officials. So we've got Great Britain, Romania, France, Spain, Denmark as our judges. We've got a British technical delegate in Jeannie Lane, and she's working away very hard behind those scenes, just making sure the rules from an organisational point are adhered to and everything's in place. Jan Devari, her assistant. Johan Jacobs, our course designer for the marathon obstacles, and the cones course, and those obstacles have been open for some time now. And the feedback is they're going to be testing, absolutely worthy of a World Championship. Quite a development since the test event in June. And coming down to our chief steward, who's from the Czech Republic, Blanka Trojankova. And we have Polish, Swiss and French stewards as well. But certainly a very international array. As for Sweden, it's Eva Bliding, currently bobbing along at about 60. Interestingly, something's just come up on the social media feed. It looks like the fastest driver on the marathon will win a carriage supported by one of the partners and sponsors of the event. That's interesting. As we come on to Eva's walk, she's gone down to 61. Walk looking pretty good. You want that clear 4-beat, no hint of shortening, no hint of a break into trot, and you have to pick up your reins quite carefully at this point, because often the horse, as it just, that's it, just condense the frame a little bit. So looking at this carriage that's going to be awarded, it's very smart. It's on some of the FEI pages. So the winner of the fastest marathon also gets a carriage. IJsbrand and Bram Chardon were saying once upon a time from a Swiss event, IJsbrand was given a Volvo when he did very well. And you can guess which country that happened in. As we watch one of our Swedes going through, she's improving. This is coming down to 59 on the average, so pretty consistent. These interesting canter and trot transitions across that centre line. The collection. It's the accuracy that's rewarded as well as the smooth transitions, that rhythm, that balance. Bending from nose to tail. And it says on these shafts on this carriage, faster than ever. Who else is supporting the event? Maison Poussin. That's a fascinating business. Do have a look at that. I've had a few features about that on our website, about just this very old business based right in the heart of Paris that has all the dies and the casts and the stamps for harness, military, French, and a lot of the imperial houses all over Europe as well. They've got the most incredible production line for producing what we would say in English is the furniture for the harness and the fittings on epaulettes, on the shoulder parts and the saddlery. Think of all of that. So do look up Maison Poussin as well. Obviously the region of Normandy and the Orne department enormously supportive. We saw that in the pairs as well, and we'll obviously see some more of their branding on the marathon tomorrow. As pretty smooth, does what was required for Eva and Campanero. And a smart halt at the end there. So she's going to have that average brought down. A test that really warmed up and improved as it went on. But the judges are making the competitors work hard for their marks. The sense is out there that nothing is being given away and they're quite particular, or most of them are, about what they're awarding. Nice trot out there. That was relaxed and nice and fluent in those paces, which is why this has been one of our upper end tests. It looks like it's finishing at about 57, so where's that going to be? Might round about 10th to 12th. We'll wait for those final scores to come in. We're just sharing them with you as and when they come in, and all being well, we get them on your screen at home as well. There you have it, a 12th. So that's very respectable when we are 57 combinations in. So that's a 57.17. Judges, right, bit of difference on that one. Let's break it down. A 6th for Andrew Council. He would have liked those quite elegant paces, 160.5. Next in 10th was Miguel at V, 153. On the same page is Melinda Kellerman at P. So they're the ones at the lower end, the A end, at V and P, 154. So that's pretty close. Anne-Marie was the one that was harshest on that test, 144.5, but that's a 24th for her. And then 160 Pierre is a 50th. So Andrew rated that quite highly. A 6th test for him, but Anne-Marie did not. A 24th for her. As we welcome in one of the legends of our driving sport, driving actually as an individual, which again shows that we have a very strong Swiss contingent as well. This is another one of these brilliant horses that was taking part in the Pairs World Championship a year ago. Same place. You could drop a pin in and return back with Stefan. And he finished 8th with Bombardier, who is now 9. Westphalen. So the German breeding there, and obviously being helped by Cousterond. But that silver team with the pairs was very good. Obviously, Switzerland have really figured quite highly over the years in some of these team sports, but that was a great result for them. And this gentleman has by far the longest biography, and that's partly to do with his age, but partly to do with just his many achievements of all the athletes that we have forward in this singles championship. He's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 horses registered to him, and that's because he's a single and a pairs driver. He's actually currently, Werner, ranked 7th with the pairs, 114th with the singles. But he was 1994. Some of our competitors weren't even a twinkle back then. He competed at the World Equestrian Games in Den Haag. 8th individually. The team was 4th. He then went to Rome for another World Equestrian Games in 1998. And that's when, with the horse fours, he won that brilliant gold. And that is not easy. And the team was 4th. The team, very consistent. 1, 2, 3, 4 fours places from 94. This is at the World Equestrian Games with the fours. Didn't go his way in 2014 in France, but we can look away from that because in 2010 at Lexington, you might remember a certain Boyd Excel was starting to emerge then on his winning streak. Kentucky, so that was a 4th for the team and a 12th for Werner Ulrich. What are the judges seeing? They're seeing something they rather like. That's sitting at 50 at the moment. Now, they're going to like this trot because there's plenty of suspension. Oh, just creep back that leg. He didn't. Standing nicely in front. That's it. Back he comes. .53. Yes, just that leg out. A little bit frustrating because otherwise 3 out of the 4 were in the right place. He's going to have a birthday quite soon. His date of birth is the 24th of September, and I'll say the end bit quite quickly because he's one of our statesmen. 1959, by no means the oldest. I had a 78-year-old gentleman driving yesterday, and we've just had Ian Bertram, who's 73. A mere 65 is coming up. 52.98. And this is pretty good trot work. That's helping. And yeah, that horse knew what it had to do then. He knew the stretch was coming. Bombardier. He's 9. But in tremendous hands here. Showing quite a lot of wisdom and poise through this test, which is being justly rewarded. 52, 53. Certainly the trot work is very good. He's just got quite a statesman-like trot. Nobody's in any hurry, but a good rhythm. Lovely clear 3 beat in that canter. We always say canter and trot you can work on, trot probably more so, but the walk is the one pace a little bit harder to enhance. So you've got a good walk with that lovely over track from behind. You're halfway there. As Werner Ulrich, one of our legends in driving sport, shows the others how it's done. He's sitting at 51 at the moment with all goes according to plan. Might dip below 50 if you can just keep up this quality, and he'll get good marks at the end. I bet there's a few breaths being held in the Swiss camp at the moment. But certainly not by the horse. Very relaxed. No tension at all. Oh, quite abrupt, but actually did the job. A very obliging horse and test. Nice and supple through these smaller circles. But yeah, again, crisp transitions, a clear arrangement of his feet underneath. So there's no doubt at all, no sort of hops or beats missed. Very good transitions. Oh yes, now just enjoy this. And again, he's sitting up. Look at that front end coming up. That should be rewarded. And his lovely collection. Very, very strong collected trot from this horse. And yes, rightly so, that extension's brought down the average a little bit. This will probably, all being well, let's get a lovely square halt at the end. And rightly so. And a flourish from both judge and driver. And that was a lovely test. And quite rightly, that average is creeping down. We're on 49 at the moment. So that is going to split the French. There's no doubt about it. He won't go into first, but he's probably going to go into second. Now, imagine having Werner Ulrich on your team or your squad, and he pops in a dressage like that as an individual. What a position to be in. Lovely, and rightly so, salutes the crowd who know they've seen something very special from one of our great driving exponents and trainers. Very, very experienced horseman. The judges in alignment. Look at those positions. 3 seconds, a third and a fourth. So all on the same page. As I scroll back up, am I able to give you a breakdown of the marks? Now, where was he? 7s, 6.5s, 7s, 7s, a few 6s, a 9.5. This really helped. Andrew gave that general impression. A 9.5 and a 9 from Miguel. 8.5 from Pierre and Anne-Marie, and an 8 from Melinda. But yeah, very consistent markings. A few 6s in there, but what it didn't matter because the majority of them were 7s and 7.5s. We're not even seeing the odd 9 darted around in the movements now. Now, Andrew saw something at movement 6. This is interesting. He saw something he didn't like because he gave that a 4. The halt. Yeah, that's probably just that foot being out of alignment, whereas the other judges didn't get quite such a clear view because that was a halt for 8 seconds on the collected trot, just that 1 foot out. So Andrew gave that a 4. Rein back wasn't too bad. The rest were 3 7s and a 6.5. Quite interesting. But where are we? 48.38. So that splits the French. Pops Clement down into 3rd place. And that certainly will do the Swiss bidding for their team place no harm. Not in terms of this score, but in terms of hearts and minds. It just really boosts the squad. Even if one of your individuals, and his name is Werner Ulrich, does something like that. So 172 at C for Andrew. That was a 2nd place for him. At R, Pierscar, 173. So only a point between them, but that was a 3rd for her. 168 for Anne-Marie. She has been a little tighter on her marking. And 2, a 2nd for her. A 2nd also for Miguel. Another one who hasn't been giving them away, 163.5 and 161.5 from Melinda. That was a 4th for her. Where are her first? Her 2nd was Didier Mathis, who's currently sitting in 12th, and her 1st was Lars Kruger, who's currently sitting in 17th. And we move on to one of the Germans, which again, she's not on the team, but a very well-known driver, particularly in the young horse championships, and that's where most of her biography is based. And she's won quite a few gold, probably more than anybody else actually, in 2018 with a certain FST Charlie Brown, who we're looking at now, age 12, but they were in 2018, so 6 years ago, they won the 6-year-old, which is the middle division in Hungary. So that was gold for them. And then FST Nirvana. Gosh, lots of different horses she's brought on. What a good horsewoman. And 19, that was a 7-year-old division gold. Same year, 6-year-old with FST Adele M. One would imagine similar breeding for all these horses. Roll forward to 22. Don't forget we had these blips with COVID. And, my goodness, busy lady at 2022's World Championship for Young Horses. She won the bronze in the 7-year-old division with Exton. And in the same year, she was 5th in the 6-year-old division with Aurelion. She won gold in that same class, 6-year-olds, with Dreamcatcher. fifth, or 5-year-old, she was sixth with Ulf P. And also with the 5-year-olds, silver with Best Buddy. That's some busy show for her. Now, what do the judges think? 65. But what a talented lady. 31 now. Currently ranked 18th. Best mark for the singles, or best result at Boole, where she was third. Oh, just resting. Yeah, just a fidget there. Bit of a rearrangement of the legs. Satu, German breeding. They were 12th individually 2 years ago here. Marks 65, 68. That's a well put together horse, but you haven't quite got the suspension in that collection that we've just seen Bombardier show with Werner Ulrich. Pretty decent extension there. That'll bring it back down again. Yes, 67. Walk, not too bad. Might want a little bit more stretch through those limbs. Certainly stretched out through the neck. Deceptively hard, these walk movements. Still at about 67 from our judges. Well balanced horse in his conformation, certainly, between front and back. .65, yes, good transitions there. That was justly rewarded. Again, you just want them to come up in those extensions with all that energy coming from behind. Quite obliging, doing as he's asked. Just 4 paces of trot there, that's fine, between 3 and 5, so very accurate from her. See her slight shift in her body position there. Obviously, you want to sit fairly squarely on your seat bones in the seat, and the drivers will have all have worked out their particular angles. Some sit quite upright, some have more of a bend in their knee. It's down to personal preference, but certainly you want to be able to have your stability through your core and your legs, which frees up the shoulders, hands, upper body to really concentrate on that relationship with the mouth and the communication. Brains in the hands, we say. You have to, each time you pick up your reins with your driven horse, you just almost need to look away and just think, what am I feeling today? Where are they? That's it. Quite a noticeable change between his trots there, and that's been duly rewarded. The average has come down to 62. Pretty good transitions. It's not the sort of range that we've seen in some of the horses, but certainly quite correct with accuracy. And that brings it to an end. It's on 61 at the moment. Let's just see where we end up on that one. It's certainly improved as far as the judges were concerned. Yes, that's right. That was a better second half for Jessica. We're sitting at 59 at the moment, which will be round about 19th, 20th. Let's see where we are. Might even dip a bit lower yet. 58. Yeah, that's looking better for Jessica Waecka and FST Charlie Brown. There you have it. Oh, now judges. An 18th place. That's fine because we've got 24th, 23rd, 22nd, 16th and 5th. Let's have a look at how that happened. So Andrew at sea, 147, a 24th for him. He was the least impressed by that. Peer, 22nd, 156, 150 for Anne-Marie, 16th from her, 146, 23rd, Miguel, and 161, a 5th from Melinda, 58.77, that's an 18th for Jessica. Driving as an individual, we stick with individuals as we go to Adam Rack next for Poland. See if I can get the drop down on Jessica's test. So came into 6.5s and a 7. Now Peer was quite hard on her, 2. That's about as low as we've gone on the shoulder in left. From her angle, it simply didn't happen. So that was a 2, 4 and 4 from Andrew and Miguel, and a 5 and a 5 from Anne-Marie and Melinda. Another one they weren't wild about was that halt, which we saw the fidget there. 3 4s, a 5.5 and a 6.5. Collected trot shoulder in, just not a strong point for this horse. 3.5 from Andrew, 4 4 4 and a 5. So the judges making use of their range of marks, and then it got a bit more consistent. And then we got to the 6s, 6.5, 7s. It did pick up, but the shoulder ins, yeah, all the judges in alignment on that one. So, Bonito, who's 6. Now, that must be about as young as we've gone. Well, my biography says he's nearly 7. He's going to be 7 on the 20th of October. Very nearly. Like when you're little and you want to be older. Now, I did write down the correct pronunciation from my lovely friend Butcher. Bogusławski. I might try that again. What I'm trying to tell you is Adam did well and Kizaz, which, what a stunning venue, historic place that is for Polish breeding and driving. Again, somewhere that if you're interested, either go to the events and have a look round or certainly read up online about it. My man on the ground tells me there's not a lot going on at the moment other than the tests. Obviously, people are still out making the most of the marathons. Lovely temperature. Bearing in mind he is Scottish, nice atmosphere. Lots of people eating, drinking and watching what's going on. Try and get some figures from you as to the sizes of the crowds that we're going to get on the marathon. We saw those big crowds in Hungary, reckoned to be 16,000 at any one time, 20,000 all at once. I'm not going to commit myself to the breed of this horse, but it might be an opportunity to talk about those gorgeous Silesians which I'm always very impressed with when I see them in the flesh. Lovely deep shoulders they have on them. A number of our drivers are able to, because of where they work or military connections, wear these lovely uniforms. It often relates to being with the state studs. Interesting configuration of those shafts. There's a really big loop there. That's allowing the horse a lot of freedom. It's that slight connection on the side of the pad there for that loop end on the shafts, but a very pronounced bow to those shafts. Quite often you have a little bit of straight that goes down the side of the ribs, but good angle there. Just look at that. How they've come forward in their design. 67 is where that's being marked at the moment. Yeah, horse. No, yes, you could tell he knew there was a canter coming. Just anticipated it a little bit, but he's still very young. It's all about where they are, and each breed, each horse develops differently in its capacity to cope with these big occasions. Very long breeching straps that he needs to reach those shafts that are some way out. Yeah, just a little bit of encouragement there for that canter transition. That's it, about 66 now for these averages. Oh, yep. Leapt into that one. What did the judges think? Still at 66. Little bit more of a breeze now, but certainly lots going on. They are big occasions, these driving championships. And of course, if you're lucky enough to live not too far from Le Pin, well, where better to come and spend your weekend. There we have the audience, and let's see, there he went at K. Round the bottom, still sitting at 66. There we go. Coming down to 65. That was a smart salute at the end.
Et la Pologne qui sortent avec un tout jeune cheval, âgé seulement de 7 ans pour ce magnifique Silésian, donc cheval né et élevé en Pologne. Et nous accueillerons ensuite les couleurs françaises. Elle est en individuel cette fois-ci, Claire Lefort. Elle était médaillée d'or par équipe en 2022 avec son hongre Darwin de Féline.
So to try and do a little bit more justice to a venue in Poland. Bogusławica. Bogusławica. That's where Adam was competing to come fourth earlier in the season. As we welcome in one of our very experienced ladies, where did Adam finish on that? Just looking at his score, 63.63. And Claire Lefort, another one with a very long FEI biography. She was a member of the gold medal winning team 2 years ago. Fourth individually, a tantalising position, but she's enjoyed a lot of success over the years. This year she was fourth in Samour, seventh at Chablis, eighth in Kronenberg, and ninth in Le Pan at the test event. See how she did. Oh, she won the marathon. She won the marathon at the test event. So let's wait and see. And looks like had one cone down. Her dressage that day was 57.57, which was a 20th. But yeah, very good on the marathon. She's also she was driving last year in France at the Young Horses World Championship. Achieved an individual placing of 9th. Also competed with ponies as well. Has she been in Pau, Breda, going back over 10 years. So, experienced driver. She's got several horses to her name, but this one is Darwin de Feline. Confirmation there, an 11-year-old gelding. She was inspired to take up driving by another of our great and famous four-in-hand drivers, Benjamin Eloud. Ben, who's now driving his Lusitanos. His wife actually took part in the singles championship 2 years ago as well. Just waiting for the graphics to change on Adam's results, but the clock has frozen for me at 63.33. Now where's that going to put him? At 35th at the moment out of 60. 79 in total, so we're on the home straight. Claire is the 5th to drive as she comes in as an individual for France. Winner of the marathon at the test event at the end of June. What do the judges think? 60, 58. They thought a lot about their colour schemes. It all looks quite harmonious. 56, going pretty well. 58, about on point from where she was at the test event. These 3-day eventer horses, a bit like our ridden ones, they have to be elegant ballerinas in the dressage ring, balanced and powerful. Then we need a different sort of balance and power to get those speeds and lines through the obstacles, and we do get some quite incredible speeds and turns with these singles. And then relaxed and forward going and able to maintain their rhythm and pace for the cones. 58 is where we're sitting. Again, a bit of an anticipation there. One of the only ones we've seen so far being driven in an open bridle. Normally we have the blinkers or winkers over the eyes. Each horse is different. You might remember Prince Philip drove the Fells, his pony team, in open bridles, but they had so much forelock. There's quite a lot going on in that part of them anyway. 60 we're sitting at just now. 60.5. There we have Adams moved off the screen. It was just that halt, a bit of a wriggle. Where did he go? 27th from Andrew, 30th from Pierre, 31st from Anne-Marie, 33rd from Miguel, and a 44th from Melinda. But that gives an average of 63.16 for a 35th for Adam that we've just seen. But we'll turn our attentions back to Claire Lefort for the host nation. .59. So and these canter transitions, 1, 2, 3, yeah, spot on. 3 to 5 paces of trot for that quick regroup before you ask. And it's quite something. There we go. Asking for a canter in the middle of the arena. Quite often, be it riding or driving, you want to be able to do it in a corner, so you just get that bend and shape. Obviously they've got these curves through this movement, but still that's a very exposed position right in the middle on that centre line. And quite rightly, those movements have brought Claire's average down a bit. She's sitting on 58. They were very clean, business-like, forward transitions. 58 now. And yeah, pretty good extension across there. Have to make sure you're looking at everything, not just those front legs. And yeah, forward transitions. Andrew in particular will like that. It's 57. Yes, this will be another one of our upper tests. Sitting on 56, but that will come down. So good job for the French. And she is jolly experienced and quite often on the team, but driving as an individual. She's going to disappear from my lower screen any minute now. 55, it's coming down. Where's she going to be? Certainly top 10. Great for France at the moment. 55.26. What are you going to get? It's becoming quite a familiar sight, this angle. Pink and purple and white flowers in the pots dressed arena.
Pour un score de 58-77 en point de pénalité. Judges marks for Adam Racken Bonito, the previous driver, 147 at
55.82 looks to be where it's settling, which will be, might just be out of the top 10. Let's see what's happening. Yeah, it's coming down 39. That should be a top 10 finish for Claire Lefort.
Sorry, that's changed slightly. Quelques petits changements. Donc, il obtient en fait 146 en C, 154 en R, 143 en S, 147.
Let's see where we're going with that one. Yes, she's disappeared up my screens, and 3/9. That is interesting. Let me get it in the right place. That is a 10th. That was enough on 55.50 for a 10th. So, Andrew, not quite so wild about it. 157.5. That was 16th for him. However, here, our ladies, Anne-Marie and Melinda, all have that as a 9th. 163 for Pierre at R, 158.5 for Anne-Marie at S, and 158 for Melinda at P. Whereas Miguel, 22nd for him, 147.5. Oh, it'd be lovely to have a glimpse into their thought process sometimes. A 16th, 3/9, and a 22nd, but that's enough to put Claire into 10th place at the moment. This will all change. We've got some pretty punchy combinations coming up. And again, another one of our younger drivers coming up for the Netherlands. Slightly different arrangement of the red, white and blue with our flags. Of course, you've got that pale blue for Hungary coming. So the horse is Liberty, 8. In they come. Ranked 62nd at the moment, but they had a very good start to their season. First in Ecalle. And first in Kronenberg, but this is their first World Singles Championship. Now, this was one of the horses who, if you are interested in bloodlines, is exceptionally well bred. Do have a look on Liberty's bloodlines. So Cindy Benschop driving for the Netherlands, 23. But what a powerhouse of blood she's got in front of her. So Totalas is in there. The grandsire, ridden, as you know, by Edward Gall with such enormous success. And if you look on his FEI profile, there's just an abundance of ones next to it. And ridden certainly at that World Championship and international level between 2009 and 2000. Yeah, incredible in the early 2000s. Last out in Aachen with Matthias Alexander in 2015. But what a towering horse he was. So imagine driving something with those bloodlines. Liberty, young combination, 8-year-old horse, and a 23-year-old driver. I wonder if she does make the most of those ridden dressage genes as well. It's a very slight push back in his balance there. Just, you saw him knowing what's coming next. But lots to like from the judges. quite a lot of poise to this horse, which you would expect. 56. And surely both have a very bright future ahead of them. Don't know about your screens, mine's frozen slightly, but there's a lightness of touch to this test. Sitting at 55. That shoulder in movement. And a little bit more as they ask for the collection. Still on 55. Making it look quite easy, actually. He's good through his neck. Nice position, nice head as well. And that lovely coat, gleaming silver. A little bit more of a breeze in the afternoon. And lots going on beyond these pictures. Very social, celebratory occasions. Still at 55. Keep it up, Cindy. You're doing a grand job here. He looks as light as a feather, doesn't he? Judge is still liking this 54 at the moment. And you feel there's a lot more they could give, actually, between them. Young driver, young horse. Beautifully judged between them in what they're asking for. I think there's probably some very good trainers on the ground around this combination. Intelligent driving from this Dutch driver and her lovely horse. He's gliding through these movements. Yes, look at that. He was born to do this job, wasn't he? 54. Rightly so. This is quite a treat, actually, for a youngster. Still at 54. Just had a slightly frozen moment there on that circle, but it was interesting actually to see the frame of the horse in that moment. And let's see how this extension goes. Pretty well, we can say. And a bit of collection. And those canter transitions absolutely on point. Now, Cindy, where are you going to end up? Because this was a very, very mature test. Lovely, cool, very cool. I'm sure there's a good halt at the end of that. There we go, lovely. 53, that will come down. Might not penetrate that 50 line, but certainly going to put her right at the top end of this all. Sitting at 52.
Individual drivers present here in this World Championship.
And she's shot up the order to, quite rightly, 5th position. And Andrew liked that test very much. He will have loved the consistency and the cadence. That was a 3rd place test for Andrew Council, our chief judge,
Les États-Unis
163.5.
qui,
Peer,
l'Europe pour ce
similar mark, only a mark
championnat
out,
du monde.
164.5, but that was ninth for her.
Une première dans les
Seventh
catégories
on
pour,
160.5 for
Jennifer
Anne-Marie.
Thompson. Première fois en
Eighth
France
for
pour elle,
Miguel on
première fois au Haras, bien sûr, et ce sera une
157.5
finale du monde
and
également.
a
Jennifer Thompson, donc,
sixth
qui mène Lexus,
for
jeune
Melinda
débutant,
at P on
harness horse,
160.5,
cheval
which gives a
dressage
total of
néerlandais, mais né aux États-Unis. Et
52.57.
avec lequel elle s'octroyait une troisième place
So
à Triumph
interestingly,
cette année,
as
troisième également à
an
Ocala.
individual,
Et l'année dernière, elle était deuxième.
she's up
justement,
there,
dans le
not
sprint
too
de
far
Triumph.
from Werner Ulrich as well, but of course so much will change
Next to go for the
before
United
the end of
States,
today
Jennifer
and then once
Thompson,
we're
she's
out on the
driving
marathon.
Lexus, sired by Grote
But
Honda.
lots and lots to enjoy and appreciate
Lexus
about
is
that very good
the
quality test.
Dutch harness horse gelding.
We
Bracket
have
US.
two more for you,
It's the
and
first major championship
for
for Jennifer,
those
the first time in
fans and
France, in
followers
Europe,
that have no
will
doubt
be
set
Haras.
very
She was
early
at Mill
alarm
Street,
calls
Mill
in the
Street, sorry,
USA.
in
This will be one of
Triumph.
the ones you've been waiting for, as
This year,
Jennifer
third
Thompson
in Ocala in Florida, a horse park venue, and
comes forward.
second
And again,
Mill Street
she's
in
driving as an
2023.
individual. Only Marie Schultz coming next is back on the team sheets. And again, relative youngster, 8, Lexus. Now, I did say
Allez,
the
voici
sire
Linea
was Grote
Christensen
Wonder,
Dimension
which we
pour les
had in as a
Pays-Bas. Elle passe à la
driver
5e place.
with
Une
one of
belle
our
reprise
Canadians
réalisée
earlier.
par
So,
la meneuse
but the
néerlandaise.
sire of the
Elle
dam,
s'octroie les
this
notes
is
suivantes,
interesting, Manu,
163.5 en C,
or Manu,
160.5
depending
en
on
B,
your
164.5
nationality and
en R,
pronunciation.
160.5
Dutch
en
harness
S,
horse, but
157.5
interesting
en V.
bloodlines in this one as well for Jennifer
67,21%,
Thompson.
c'est sa moyenne en exprimée en
She
pourcentage,
was third at the
5,87.
Ecalle Horse
Note
Park event in
pénalité.
February,
Penalties for
as
turbulence
she
of
was at
52.57.
Millspring in
That's fifth
Tryon,
place for the moment.
12th at
And
Live
so
Oak.
the top 5 drivers
But
at the end of the day will be invited
lots of
to the
depth and talent in
prize
the
league for
American
the
squad
dressage. So Cindy Benchel
that
for
have
the
come
moment in
over.
fifth place. 163.5 for Andrea Kun.
Currently ranked number 49.
164.5 at
Let's see
R.
how we get on. The Americans having a good event. See if anything has changed for those teams.
And next to go, the United States with Lexus, driven by Jennifer Thompson. Jennifer, who's driving with Marina Thompson for the dressage. Allez, son groom à Jennifer Thompson, c'est dans la famille, c'est Marina Thompson qui sera sa groom pour ce premier test du dressage.
Another nicely marked horse with Jennifer, and just credit to those in the background who are helping produce, plat, buff and polish the horses, the harness and the carriages, because it does take quite a long time to get everything looking so clean and well, and this horse in particular is beautifully platted. All of which helps with that overall presentation mark. Back in the day, we used to have a separate presentation competition. And it was always felt that the British did unfairly well in it, particularly when you had the likes of Prince Philip coming with a crew from the Royal Mews who were so well versed and honed in producing sparkling harness and horses for ceremonial occasions. Oh, you're just willing that front leg forward yet. Well put together horse, this one. Good through his shoulder, isn't he? Yeah, average gone up a little bit. 58, but yeah, that won't have helped. But let's see if we can recover from that. But certainly a handsome horse here. Yeah, 59. Little bit of resistance on that movement. Yeah, very good quality horse, this one. She comes in for the shoulder in, 58. Now on to this collection, 15-metre circle at E. Marie gets a good view of that one, doesn't she, at S? 59 again. Keeping the collection active, but it is a well-balanced horse. And a good stretch there. Andrew peering out over his desk. They've all got those, looks like visors up at the front, the windows opened. Probably quite warm in there, lots of activity. They've got their writers plus whoever's operating the laptops or iPads to get those scores in. There used to be a time before computers and Wi-Fi and all sorts of things when everyone had to wait for the sheets to be collected, to be added up. People like the great Pat Cowdery and Sally North in British driving circles didn't dare go near the scorer's caravan for fear of death once they added up their sheets and worked out coefficients and sorted out placings. And then we would all huddle round the big whiteboards or blackboards with chalk to see where we all were. They were like holy grails gathering around those big boards with all their hundreds and hundreds of numbers on them. The end of a big event. Jennifer Thompson here. Age 53, she might well remember those days as well. So it is forward, quite an obliging horse. Good transition there. 60. Let's see if we can bring her average back down again. $61. Maybe not quite enough collection for the judges. Bird's eye view from Andrew of this circle. And then this extension R to V. What can we see here? 60. How's this one going to fare? V to K collection, then that strike off at K. Round the corner, she's sitting at 60 now, so should, all being well, drop back into the 50s. These judges not giving anything away in their judging and their marks. And a salute. Sitting at 59 now. That will come down 58. Let's see where that's going to take her. Round about 20th.
For the United States, of America. Jennifer Thompson driving Lexus.
58.11 it's looking like.
She was the last of the individual drivers in this World Championship.
Yes, it's almost impossible to imagine running these events and communicating without WhatsApp groups. Quite a few groups. You've got ones for scorers, competitors, judges, officials, chefs, all sorts of things, with our funny barcodes everywhere that we scan in, and that's great. So that average really has come down, so probably a very good set. Can I get them up for you of marks at the end? She must have done well. Yes, a 9 from Andrew on that overall impression, 8.5, 8.58 and 7.5 from Belinda. She also gave 6.5 for the athlete. Now, it doesn't look like she rated that. Okay, now, so Pia had that as her 10th placed test, 163. Then we had Melinda next, 14th on 155, and Marie at S, 154.5 for a 16th. Andrew, 152 for a 20th, and Miguel, not a fan, 143.5 for 28th, but that does give a total of 57.70, 18th place. So in the top half, if not third, for Jennifer Thompson. And all sorts of people will be watching this test because we are about to welcome in, to date, our highest ranking athlete, Marie Schiltz. We had her father in yesterday. She's currently number 2. Currently number 2. She's driving Frodo, one of the most experienced horses. And again, if you look at actually his biography on the FEI records, you will see that what he's won and what he's attended over the years, quite extraordinary. He's 16 now, Oldenburg, but with Franz driving, Dad, he was the medalist at the top of the podium, so let's say they were gold. They came first, the 7-year-old category in 2015. That was a tremendous achievement. Marie also took individual silver in 2021 at the Young Drivers' Championship in her division. 7th individually, this is Frodo, in Le Pen 2 years ago. And Marie took gold with Freaky Friday in the 7-year-old class last year in France. But Frodo, great set of results, and they've had a good year. Actually, second at Royal Windsor last year. First, Larden in May, followed straight on from Windsor this year. Second in Chablis in August, second earlier on in Vettringen in April, and 5th at the test event. So let's have a look at how she did then, whilst we give you a bit of an update from our judges. 56 at the moment for the wonderful Frodo. I expect he probably has his own fan club. Quite a clear stamp of an Oldenburg there. Slightly deeper in there. Shoulders through the ribs. Good bone. It's a little bit heavier in weight. That's come down into the 40s after that trot. Back up to the 50s, 53. She's going to be bobbing along in the 50s. See if she can get back down to 40s again. That would be an expectation as our number 2 ranked driver coming into this World Championship. Where is she? 54. Nice and upright in his movements. Light in front. will be these crisp transitions, clear difference between those canter and trot works. Now counting slowly to 8, either 8 elephants or 8,000s, whatever you use. Good rein back there, free of tension. Yeah, justly rewarded. That's brought the average running total down to 50 again. So all very correct so far. Frodo at 16 looking very, very well. Working trot round Ecalle, but you saw a clear transition there, which was good from the collection. Now this other shoulder in, 51. Perhaps not one of the strengths, but let's see how we get on. That's the shoulder and movements over. 52, yes, not rewarded, not quite such a strong point in their toolbox, but otherwise nice and up in his front. And an accurate transition there at C. Where he also has a ranking with the pony singles as well. How's she getting on? 52, 53. Yeah, it just didn't have quite that extension through the frame and the walk. Let's see if she can recover. Gone back down to 52. Now, Frodo, what about your canter work and transitions? Where's that going to be? All looks quite light and smooth at the moment. M to F extension. Is that a strong point? And you just gather up round that corner, a few half halts, no doubt. Hasn't made too much of a difference, 52. Yeah, that was good. Sticking around about the 52 at the moment. Marie Schultz for Luxembourg and for the team. Father and daughter, Franz and Marie. The importance of family in driving can't be overestimated ever. 52, that's where she's sticking at the moment. Nice and crisp on her transitions. Now let's see if we can get a little bit back on this extension. Frodo, sit up, up, up. Neat and tidy, didn't have the flair that we've seen from some of the others, so she's staying at 52. And down that centre line. Little bit of collection and we stop. Now that's sitting at the moment on 52.34. I'm sure there will be some good athlete and overall impression marks. We've gone down to 51. Will it go any lower? 50. But now we're getting into the decimal points. Might not go much lower than that. This is our last driver in session number 3. 2 more to come here in Le Pen. So she's done enough to go into 4th, just on that 50. 50.84, so she's popped Michelle Barbey down a place, but a first place test from Pierre Scar, 178.5. Third for both Andrew and Anne-Marie, 169.5 from Andrew Council. Let's see, 167.5 from Anne-Marie. Now Miguel saw something quite different there. That's a 20th from him, 150. And Melinda 154 for 17th. But there we have it. That's Marie Schultz put herself into contention. Very little between her and Clement. That will have done great wonders for the Luxembourg team score. I'll try and bring any teams to you as soon as we can, but they can do no more. There we have the placings running down the order. And we've got a short break for you. We will be back at 2:35, so just over 15 minutes or so. I'll stick with you whilst these scores are coming onto your screens. It's so funny how we progress. We've had 64, we've got 79 to do. So that's where we stand at the moment after 3 dressage sessions, and that is the running order coming next. So lots to look forward to. Tara Wilkinson for the Brits as well. High hopes for her. Laure Philippot, she did very well at the test event here. And of course, Kelly Bruder. Everyone will be hanging on for that, but plenty to look forward to. Don't go too far away. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Technibelt qui est spécialisé dans la construction et l'aménagement d'équipements pour chevaux en écurie, box, cheval ou stabulation, et la protection caoutchouc des chevaux, garnissage, tapis, martelet. Elle propose son savoir-faire et son expérience dans la vente d'équipements de barnes et d'écurie aux professionnels du cheval, éleveurs et vétérinaires, ainsi qu'aux carrossiers pour les protections de camions et de vent. Hippocase, qui se trouve au début de l'allée des Grands Champs, donc qui est également spécialisé dans la vente de matériel d'attelage neuf ou d'occasion, véhicules hippomobiles, rénovation et remise à neuf. Ils sont présents ici avec nous pour cette année. La Sellerie Baude également, entreprise familiale fondée en 1938 et spécialisée dans l'équipement des sports et des loisirs équestres, attelage, équitation, élevage. Voilà donc pour les partenaires que vous pouvez aller voir. Vous avez également le stand de la MFR de Vimoutier. J'en profite pour remercier tous les jeunes qui sont présents ici pour aider. Ils sont toujours présents pour les événements sportifs. La MFR qui est un établissement scolaire proposant des formations dans le secteur équin en alternance. Donc ils sont sous statut scolaire ou apprenti ou stagiaire adulte de la formation continue. Et l'équipe de formation vous attend au sein du stand pour échanger avec vous sur les différents parcours qui peuvent s'offrir à vous. L'équipe du PIS veut les remercier donc pour leur présence et leur investissement au moment de ces événements. Et ils sont donc présents tout le week-end pour nous prêter main forte. Le stand de l'IFCE est également là. L'Institut français du cheval et de l'équitation est l'opérateur public au service de la filière équine. Le pôle de formation IFCE du Haras du Pin propose un large panel de formation d'excellence dans les domaines de l'élevage, de la reproduction, de l'équitation, de la sellerie, de la maréchalerie et de l'attelage. Ils sont présents donc juste en face de la carrière de l'Orne. Et puis, on vous en a parlé ce matin, vous avez également les sculptures que vous pouvez admirer partout. ILEP, qui est une entreprise familiale et artisanale française, et qui développe des sculptures animalières sur mesure avec donc ils sont spécialistes dans les ouvrages métalliques en tout genre. Vous pouvez admirer les statues dans les allées du Pise, entre les carrières de dressage, pendant ce championnat du monde.
Également un grand merci au personnel du PIS qui entretient les pistes et fait en sorte que vous ayez quelque chose de magnifique.
Allez, voilà le petit jingle pour vous inviter à reprendre place dans les gradins pour la deuxième partie du dressage de cet après-midi de vendredi. Et nous débutons, donc nous restons maintenant jusqu'à la fin avec les concurrents dans les équipes. Et c'est la Belgique, l'équipe de la Belgique qui sera le prochain à rentrer en piste avec sa dernière concurrente, Laure Philippot, qui mène Galène 5. Well, that was the break finishes in a few moments' time. End of the break now in a few moments' time. The next driver to join us, she's already here, is Laure Philippot for Belgium. She's driving Gallen the 5th, sired by Graffenstolz and a Hanoverian horse. She's several times Belgian champion, was one Bornholm in Belgium.
Welcome back. I hope you've had a good break. We move on to session number 4 today, as we have eyes on Laure Philippot for Belgium. And again, this may well be another finely rewarded test. Well, that's quite an extraordinary entrance. Picture that, fans of Laure. That was 32 on that first mark. I'll try and get that for you later. Sitting at 48 now. Now, setting out with intent, we can say. What a lovely opening few movements. That was a delightful trot. Light, forward, extravagant, balanced. Just what's wanted. A little tap from that whip. Oh my goodness. Let's see how the judges reward that, because that was certainly a very clearly defined shoulder in. Working through all the necessary parts. 46 we're at now. How will this roll out? Exciting. 47, 46. So she has, with Gallen 5, who is a Hanoverian, one of our most popular sporting warm blood breeds. They've been very successful. First in Celestat in April, and certainly ranked 20th, but possibly that isn't a reflection of where she may well end up at this event, because she was 3rd at the test event in the dressage, 4th overall, 32nd in the marathon, 0.86, so just a small amount of time obviously added to her cones for a 19th, but it was all about the penalties then. 46, 47, obviously their strong phase, the dressage. Another well put together horse for this job. Plenty of depth where it's needed, and fabulous trot work. Be interesting to see how the canter comes. So we've had the shoulder ins, now the walk. Release, release, extend. Not quite at the same level as the other movements, but she has set the bar very high for herself and for the judges. Trying to encourage that stretch without the break. Average might change a little bit after that, but I'm sure once back into the trot. Yes, that went to 50 after that walk. I'm not surprised. Just wasn't quite of the calibre of the other movements, but it's behind her now. It is a tricky one. .52. Extension down here. .51, coming back a little bit from that. It's an expensive walk in comparison to how she was doing everywhere else, because those early movements were certainly very, very well rewarded. 51.2, should get back into the 40s, but let's see if we can do it through these final movements. Oh, quite precise. Yeah, 3 paces. Lovely transition there, no doubt, and this average is creeping down a bit. Coming towards the end of the test, this last collected canter circle. Good rhythm. Nice rhythm here. Let's see how this is going to be rewarded. Clean transition. R to V. That extension. Yeah, that's it. Well done. Particularly the second half of that movement. That's good. That's all being well, going to bring her down below 50 again. Certainly very, very promising start to the test. Lots to like, quite a lot of quality through it. And will be upsetting the order at the top, or near the top. Will she go second? Will she get near Werner? Let's just see, 49. She might well do. She won't go first, but it's going to be either second or third. Let's see where we go. Lovely test, 48.85. Any more takers on the marks? 48.56.26. Come on, judges. Get your marks in. This is for the Belgium teen. 48.26. Is that where you are going to rest? Where's that going to put you? Yeah, could be second. Could be second.
Well,
won't be first.
Next to go represents the British team. Last of the British team members is Tara
Quite
Wilkinson driving
an
that.
exciting development for that test for Belgium. Laure Philippot and her 16-year-old Hanoverian gelding.
She was also here
And she's
last year.
disappeared off the bottom and, oh, only just by the tightest of margins slithered into third. Now look at that. What do you make of that, everyone? A first from Andrew on 175 and a first from Miguel on 100. Well, equal score, second. Put your teeth in. Both Andrew and Miguel had that as 175, which is Andrew's top test. Only by 0.5 ahead of Tony. A bit more of a margin for Miguel, for second for him. 7th on 169 for Peer. 6th on 160.5 for Melinda at P. Interestingly, it's Anne-Marie who disagreed with that one. It's not often she stands out from the crowd. She might be a little less generous in her marking, but the placings are normally in line with the others. But a 14th from Anne-Marie Turbe, 156.5. So a first to a 14th from our judges, 48.64. Very little in it between second and third. That pushes Clement Deschamps, our overnight leader from yesterday, down into fourth. We knew there would be changes at the top. Marie Schultz now in fifth. Michael Barbey, or Michel Barbey in sixth now. But the British hopes rest very much on the shoulders of this talented lady, Tara Wilkinson. From Yorkshire, driving the 9-year-old Cadence. She's 27. And he's a Dutch warm blood. It's her debut at a World Singles Championships, but she knows exactly what it feels like to wear a golden crown when she became the pony pair world champion in Minden. It was in 2017, and she's also been a bronze medal winner for the junior championships before now. She works hard at home producing her own horses, young horses, and very proud to be, let's say, the flag bearer for the team, and rightly so, because that's looking smart. Yeah, 54, 53. Good start for Tara. Very good start. Mum Leslie is with her, and John, Dad, are a very important part of her crew on the carriage, supporting, and their wisdom and knowledge as well. She'll have Harvey Brown, and it's been interesting watching Harvey grow up and mature. He's another one that's driven at the young or junior championships. In fact, a pony pair, a little pair of chestnut Welsh ponies that he drove a few years ago, not so long ago. Actually, my mother now drives in Scotland. Macintosh, they're called officially. Good job so far for Tara Wilkinson for the British team and Cadence. 55. Another handsome horse, stands up well, natural presence. He's having a good look at everything, isn't he? But quickly back onto it, 56, 55. Would be wonderful if Tara could certainly be firmly in those 50s. She had a 53.24 for that 10th placing at the test event at the end of June. But supple, toned, horse looking in great physical condition. 56, shoulder ins. There we go, just making sure you're getting those footfalls where you want them and setting up well. 57, maybe not so defined as some of the others we've seen, which is why that was marked like that. But back onto firm ground now with her opening up E to H. H to C collection, and then this walk now. That's looking good. That's looking good. That's what we want, that open frame. Stretching all the way through, lengthening of the pace, more ground being eaten up with those footfalls, and try not to break. Oh, was that a tiny hop just behind the shed? We'll never know. The judges' box. into the canter. 57 for Tara, and that looks good. Back to the collection. Keep the activity, the energy. Still at 57 for Tara Wilkinson for the British team. There'll be lots and lots of people in the UK cheering on this combination. Come on, Tara, 56. 1, 2, 3, 4, yep. Still on 56, nearly there. Last collected canter circle. Lots of quality about the movements. He has a natural presence, this horse. Smart transition there. That was a good transition right in front of Andrew. Down to our last flourish. Yeah, kept it contained, still on 56. And that important final canter. Transition at K. And he's eating up that centre line very nicely. 56 will come down from there. Great result. And what a wonderful test for her first World Championship. Congratulations to Tara Wilkinson. 54-55 it's looking at the moment. Well done to everybody involved behind the scenes. A lot of hard work, as it has for everybody, but I just happen to know a little bit more about the work that's gone in behind the scenes for this squad. So she's had the choice of Cruise and Cadence. So lucky Tara, two good horses to choose from. 53. So it looks like she's going to be pretty much where she was at the test event. And considering this is now a World Championship, that is absolutely fantastic. So I need to scroll up quite some way. Come on, Tara, where are you going to end up? 53. It's still rolling. My numbers are still rolling. 53.6. And yes, there's going to be some scrolling up as we go into 8th. Now, interestingly, again, it's divided the judges a little bit. Look at that, a 16th from Andrew. Certainly no national bias there from him. And a 14th from Anne-Marie. Whereas Miguel liked that. So let's break this down. So 158.5, that's a 16th from Andrew Council at C. R, Piers Scar, a 9th, 167.5. S, Anne-Marie Turbo, 14th, 156.5. She and Andrew looking at pretty much the same test there. 160. So that's the highest place. And actually was quite influential. 7th, 160. Not too much actually between these marks. It's a 7th from Miguel and a 12th on 157.5. So actually, if you look at the marks, 156 Anne-Marie, 157 Melinda, and 158.5s from those three judges. Quite different placings, but quite similar marks. Then 160 Miguel, 167 Pierre. She has on average been marking a bit more highly, but that is a tremendous result for Tara Wilkinson on 53.44. That is an 8th place. It will change. We've still got some hard hitters coming, but lots to celebrate in the British camp. do send me news, crew, as to what's happening out there in the field, so to speak, because that was very, very good from Tara Wilkinson. Andrea Kun next for Hungary, driving Firminus. Again, another one for the team. Hungary and the Brits actually sitting pretty close to each other. This horse has quite an interesting history. It's been driven by several people in its career. Firminus, he's 14. Let's see if we're in agreement that he's actually a stallion still. Andrea is 29, currently ranked 54th, as we can see that. Career high for her was 2 years ago in the 6-year-old class in Schwils Vasvarad, where she and Domino finished 6th. But yes, confirmation there, he is indeed entire. He was also driven at World Championships by Werner Helmuth from the USA and briefly by Francis Dutouloy. So he's probably got a tale or two to tell if they could speak, which they do, but in their own language. Andrea Kun coming in. She was first in Budapest this year, in Kinscombe Park, or Kinchkem Park. Season S's do different things in these languages, and 8th at Piscine and Kladruby this year. Where are the judges on that entry? 57, looking good for Andrea. Now, I do want to just have a quick look whilst we've got a chance at Law Phillies Potts entry, because, yeah, I might have been the score as being, Andrew gave it an 8, 7.5, 7s and a 6.5. It certainly looked pretty good on the totals as we were watching it. As we turn our attention to Hungary once again, 62. Two years ago, Andrea and Firminus were 55th. The team was 15th. In Pau and also in Pisa in 2016. Hungarians were 10th. Andrew was also a member of the teams then, or the teams. She also drove 10 years ago in Izek in Hungary, driving a horse called Armani then. Now we're doing 58, back into the 50s. Let's concentrate on Andrea's test. Another handsome upstanding horse. Fairly typically KWPN for the type and the build that we have in our driving world. This long leg, or made look longer because they do have this sort of high rib cage, a lot of space there, and relatively flat across the loins, and these high set tails. If I can, I will bring you some information about where the teams are after that. Confirmation that Tara's percentage was 66.60. 61, just dropping out of the 50s. Tony Ecalle still in front. Interestingly, his percentage 72.18. That's a lovely percentage to get in dressage, whether you're atop or behind. Still at 61 as an average. Yeah, 60. Yeah, dipped back into the 50s, 59. So Tony really, by some way, our only driver to break that 70 percentage mark. Our judges not giving anything away. If you think what our Grand Prix dressage riders get, they get, well, certainly at the top level, they get all sorts of 10s and things. We don't tend to do that in driving. We had 1 or 2 10s for our overall impression marks in Hungary for the horse fours. Mainly 8s and 9s and the odd 10 coming out for those last athlete and general impression marks. Yeah, I think that's fine. All good. And she's come down into the 50s again. So good news for Hungary. Might not get quite as near as Tara has for the Brits, so that should keep the Brits in front at the moment, as they were neck and neck. And quite a defined halt there at the end, so that will be rewarded. 58 we're on at the moment, but let's just wait and see where that ends up. Yep, we've come down to 57.
Well, that was Andrea Kun for Hungary and for the Hungarian team.
So good news for the Hungarians. That was a really solid performance from Andrea Kun and Firminus. Still in green, coming down to 56 now.
The next competitor is Alexander Bosch for Austria.
56.66 on my screen. I shall scroll up to see roughly where that's going to put her. Round about 16th, 17th by the looks of things. She will be quite near Andras Moldovan. Didier Mattis. Not too far from Claire Lefort that we saw earlier. We'll just wait and see where that comes as for the Austrian team. Shortly to come into your view will be Alexander Bosch. And again, this is one that will make you sit up and pay attention. He's currently ranked 5th in the singles. Another one that's done well with these young horses. And it was actually with Finesse, this 11-year-old mare, Westfalen again. He got a 5-year-old bronze in 2018, and then the following year, funnily enough, went into the 6-year-old category and got bronze there as well. So a successful combination, first in Bull in May and also at Cladruby. So in the meantime, Andrea has disappeared off the lower screen and come in at 16th. 56.37. What did our judges think of that? 10th from Andrew. He quite rated that one. 160.5. Interestingly, Peer at R, 162.5, but that's a 17th, so only 2 marks between Andrew and Peer, but that is a difference of 7 placings. Quite near in terms of the placing, Miguel at V, 152 for a 16th. Then 150.5 from Anne-Marie is a 22nd, and then a 25th from Melinda, 152.5. But that gives an average penalties multiplied by that coefficient of 0.666 of 56.37, 16th place. See if she had a 7 from Andrew for her entry, 5s, 6s, 7s, then some 8.5s at the end. As we go down to Alexander Bosch. And I'm sure we can expect some pretty punchy marks from him as well. He's currently ranked 5th, was 6th for Austria. And that's a pretty scopy trot across there. .57. He's getting a move on in this test. Some have seemed quite leisurely, but this is he's really getting on with it. So they were 15th in the pairs. He had Finesse and Daddy's Sunshine and Boom Buka. So another one of our versatile horses, as most driving horses can do, be driven in several combinations. So he's got a singles ranking of 5 and pairs ranking of 58. '15th individually at the pairs here last year, and 10th 2 years ago, same combination at the last World Championship, but at the moment sitting at about 61. Don't have too much more on the teams for you, but I will try and get that if I can. That was a pronounced pickup from that walk. Sitting at 63 at the moment. Will he get below? Quite a rangy sort of horse. No doubt they are good on the marathons. They have that look about them. Our judges concentrating so hard. Do you remember the figures I gave yesterday about 9,500 decisions marks they're awarding between all 5 of them over the course of these dressage tests. 2 days of dressage, 62. Let's see if he can claw back and get under 60 in these last few movements. Certainly looks like the arena and the surface are driving incredibly well. You'll spot every time we have a break, the little orange tractor with its arena roller goes in behind. Very, very good surface for driving. We do have slightly different requirements from perhaps the jumpers, not so much the dressage. The jumpers want a little bit more spring in their surfaces. We quite like them smooth like this. Just helps that carriage roll along beautifully freely behind, and actually sometimes the newer surfaces can cause a problem until they bed down, and that looks like that's going to be quite smart coming across to V. He's on 61, might drop a little bit after that extension. Pretty good last couple of movements there from Alexander Bosch. Bowling down that centre line. Collection. And halt. Well done. Yes, that's down to 60, so that means that it might well drop a little bit again, as our hard-working steward at A, I'm not sure what the name of that person is, but they have not stopped for 2 days now, assuming it is the same person, and doffing the caps. And actually all the stewards look very smart in their gilets. There was a time when they wore bowler hats and suits and all sorts of things, certainly in the United Kingdom, but we have moved on a little bit. But shorts aren't permitted, and it's actually an FEI rule that our officials and nor should our drivers or anyone on the carriage be wearing shorts. Well, so a part of the competition as such. What they do around the stables and in their own time is something quite different. Good news for Alexander Bosch and Finesse. That's dipped into the 50s now. Will be enough for a joint 27th with Etienne Lejeune. So Alexander Bosch for Austria. How did our judges view that? Andrew at C, 158, 21st. Peer at R, 162.5 for 17th. Anne-Marie, 147.5 for 28th. Miguel didn't rate that so much, 140.5 for 40th at V and P. Melinda, 148 for 37th. But look at that, only 0.5 between her and Anne-Marie, but the difference between 28th and 37th. So a total of 59.23 for a joint 27th place. Now, I know there are some hopes, and I heard it from, or certainly had it from the pen or the words of none other than Glenn Geertz, some hope for this next driver, another one of our next generation, ensuring that we have a bright and positive future in our sport. Age 25, Linea Christensen. She is driving Lady Lexington for the Swedish team. At the time of the athletes putting their biogs on the FEI website, and I have to say a lot of them haven't updated them for about 10 years. It was down that she was a student, but there's every chance she's graduated since then. She did very well, winning a gold in 2018 with the Youth Championships in the single pony division. Plassen's Lucky Luke. She's done very well actually over the years. Yeah, really good product of that youth system, and did well with the same pony in Minden. Of course, that's when Tara won 2017, individually 6th. So used to doing actually jolly well at top level. Another who's driving a mare. We haven't had a mare for a while. Westfalen. Westfalischt Pferde Stampenbuch. Stampbuch. That'll be German for the Westfalen horse stud book. Lady Lexington, born on the 6th of the 6th, 2010. That's quite a catchy birthday to remember for this mare. And Glenn sent word that he does have high hopes for this combination. Where are the judges going to be? 56. Promising start. And that's a lovely trot across there. Maintaining that frame very, very well. Good strength, good training there. Sitting at 55, lots to like about that trot. Everything just where you want it to be. You're getting that inside back leg right under the hock. 59, let's see if she can stay in the 50s. Got all about the trot work at this stage and the tests, these collections, and then we move on to the canters. Always look like the wheels are rolling backwards. That's just how we roll the images out to you. Collection still on 59, 58. Pretty good halt there. Oh, don't move a muscle, don't move. And asking for the rein back. That was all pretty good. Yeah, listening to what Linea has to say. Nice and light and elegant in her trots. Yeah, clear transition there, 55, not surprised. We're seeing some good quality movements here. This is a bit like the walk, one of those difficult movements to get good marks in. Lost a little bit of the impulsion through that. Yes, up to 57, 58, not surprised, but that's it. The two shoulder ins are done now. The wheels make you go a bit dizzy. Try not to watch them. Something to do with also the way they're placed. They've got this widest point at the bottom by the looks of things. Now, in old-fashioned two-wheel carriages, you'd actually have exactly the opposite, so that where your wheels sat on a camber of the road, they were actually slightly narrower underneath, and it would sit just very slightly wider at the top. And you could tell if somebody had had the axle off and perhaps put it back on the wrong way round, because they would sit as these wheels are now. This is all part of the design. 58, 57, still looking good. Now we move on to the canter section. So the HCM, as you well know by now, canter right, extension down here. You'll know these tests in your sleep now. Not overly extravagant. 57. Pretty good collected canter. Balanced. They've got a nice contact there between them. It's looking good through the reins. Yeah, lots to like about that, sitting at 57. And let's see how this transition goes. 1, 2, 3, up. Yeah, all good. Tail being held out straight, which is quite nice. If you have a horse that holds its tail to one angle, often means it's not quite straight in its body. Some just do. But yeah, get a sense of an even weight distribution throughout this horse. Oh, that was a great burst onto that diagonal. Now, judges, what did you think of that? Sitting at 57 at the moment. Collection. And last canter. So she's at 57 at the moment. One would expect that's going to come down a little bit, possibly to the 55s, with the way things have been panning out at this end of the tests. Yeah, well done. Lots to like about that from the 25-year-old with Lady Lexington. Lovely mare.
She was driving Lady Lexington.
Very in tune with each other. And she raises her hands as she goes out. Ideally like to be able to get a little bit more on the team positions with you, but we'll only do it through the official channels. No point in speculating, although we can probably say quite safely that the French are in front. Just had news from the British team about just how thrilled everybody is, Tara in particular, with her dressage test. So great news for the Brits. 55.66. Well done for the Swedes, and certainly a driver we will see plenty more of in years to come. Look at the maturity with which she drove that test, and lucky to have Glenn as one of her trainers. So up we scroll, up we scroll to 16th. Oh, Andrew, really liked that. 5th place test for Andrew. Light, elegant, precise. Made it look quite easy. That's what Andrew awarded, 164.5. Pierre also quite liked it. That was a 6th place from her, 171.5. Anne-Marie didn't set her alight at 22nd, 152. Melinda, a 29th from her, 151, but only a mark off Anne-Marie. So read into that what you will. They're only a mark away from each other, but the 7 placings between them, not too bad. Miguel saw something very different from Andrew and Pierre. That was 142.5 for a 34th. Interesting. 55.90. That's a 16th place. So keeping you up to date with these rolling scores as soon as they come in. Thank you so much for joining the coverage on FEI TV. We know there are other outlets, but where would you go if you weren't with the FEI team? Bringing you the English commentary. My colleagues doing a sterling job as well out there, doubling up as ring announcers. And we welcome in another one of our experienced drivers, Leslie Burndall, driving impressive. Quick flash of Leslie's age there. And impressive is Dutch, warm blood. Was here with Leslie 2 years ago when they became 45th, is now 11. She's registered with the FEI as dressage and driving, and that does bring a very worthy set of skills with it when it comes to training your driving horse, particularly with the amount that we know is done under saddle with these single horses. We expect so much from them, particularly in this canter work and this test. The emphasis on those final canter movements and those transitions has to come, a lot of it, from training under saddle. And they have got straight into it and certainly made quite an impression on the judges. That was 49.50. .51. So all looking very promising for the American team. And they really are in with a shout after some very good dressage. So Leslie, number 75 she is, driving impressive. Let's just have a quick recap where her teammates are. Raymond Helmuth, who did a lovely test with Kendro earlier, currently sitting in 10th on 54.44. And Taylor Brodish from yesterday, lunchtime with Katie did Duchess, sitting in 12th. Only 0.2 more than Raymond. So very close for the American team. And it looks like Leslie is certainly averaging about there at the moment, 56.57. So the American team in alignment at the moment. In prepping for this World Championship, she was second at Millspring in Tryon, second at the Horse Park event at Ecalle, and third at Live Oaks. So pretty consistent placings. Also did well in 2022 in the 7-year-old division. It's Vils Vasvarad for a silver with Carlecci. Got a few horses on her biography, does Leslie, as sitting at 59 now. It's not easy, that shoulder, and some of the horses just don't seem to shine in it to the extent they do in other movements. Collection and the walk, everyone's favourite. Lovely colourful backdrop there with all the flags up. Can you name them all? You should be able to in driving. We see them all the time. Where is she? 61, 62. Didn't have quite that defined length and of frame and pace or stride. Extension down here, M to F. You always get quite a good view of. And yeah, still ongoing. Meant to be collected canter from F to A. Yeah, good transitions there. And do it all again on the right rein. Circle in front of Andrew. That's it. That canter works. Served her well. She's on 57 now. Yeah, that walk can really... The walks and the shoulder ins, they seem to be the ones that cause these blips and otherwise consistent good tests. Leslie, let's go. Oh, just a little bit of a scurry in the middle there. She just asked for a bit more. You saw her asking because you felt it was coming. You felt she could just take the handbrake off a bit, but it just ran slightly. Did everyone see that? 57. It really was the tiniest moment. There we go. 56. That will come down. She's going to be pretty much on song with her colleagues, and the Americans can do no more. As impressive trots out, and Leslie salutes the American fans. Don't forget, beyond here there's cafes, shops, stands, activity. I bet the party's already started on a Friday afternoon. In Normandy, 54.06. This is looking good for the Americans. Where's she going to be? I think she may well be the highest placed American. Will she come down? Will she get in front of Tara? Let's see. 54.06. 54 on the nose at the moment. Just waiting for these last few marks to come in. But very good. A bit up and down. The moments when we dipped out of the 50s in that test. But all these breakdowns, if you're interested in following the flow, are available afterwards online. Might not be available as we're going on, but they do come up. As soon as I can give you some team updates, I will do. Don't think there's any chance that France will be knocked off their spot, but it'd be quite interesting to see what's happening behind them. And up I scroll. Oh gosh, I do love the symmetry of this. She's just nudged ahead of Raymond Helmuth. So those three American team members so close. What consistency. We've just had that with the Brits as well. Now, let's sit up. Andrew at C, 6th, 163.5. We tend to use him as our benchmark as the judge at C. Quite a difference. 161 from Melinda at P for a 5th. Then we drop down a bit, 155.5 for Miguel at FEI, which is a 12th. 13th for Pierscar at R on 165. And then Anne-Marie didn't feel quite the same way about that test in terms of her ratings. Score-wise, not so far, of 150. but that's a 25th for her. But it was enough to give Leslie 54.11, and that's a 10th place at the moment. They will probably shunt down a place or two once some of our final drivers come through. We've got Marianne Vigo, Veronica Kwiatek, Mario Gandolfo, Kelly Bruder. Yeah, lots to look forward to. Two more in this session. In the meantime, we turn to Denmark. And another driver who's been around just for a bit. She's done quite a lot with ponies as well. Karina Blaabjerg. Interesting, depending on whether the camera seems to be in the shadow or not, as to how brightly chestnut and orange the horse looked for a moment there. This is Pearl's Red Design, 9-year-old chestnut mare. We can see that. And she is a Trakehner. Verband der Zuchter und Freund der Ostpreußischen Wurmblattpferd Trakehner. Abstammung. Shortened to Trakehner. Lots of long words in German. 64. In the meantime, let's give you some facts about Trakehners. A light warm blood, of course they are. Now, you might have heard in my ham-fisted German a reference to Ostpreußen, which of course comes back to they were originally developed in the East Prussian state stud farm in the town of Trakehnen. It was established in 1731. We love a bit of heritage for our sport horses. Operated until 1944. And then, of course, annexing of East Prussia to Russia. And the town containing the stud was renamed as Yasnaya Polyana. The Trakehner is typically between 15 and 17 hands, which is 157 to 173. Can be any colour with bay, grey, chestnut, black. Most common will include roans and what we would say in English, the coloured, so Tobiano or Pinto, depending on what tradition you come from. It is considered to be one of the lightest and most refined of the warm bloods. It has a closed stud book, well, as closed as they are, because it will allow a few selected thoroughbred Anglo-Arab and Arabian bloodlines. It does have close links with the thoroughbred of quite rectangular build, long sloping shoulder, we like that in driving, good hindquarters, short cannons, medium long crested well set neck. A lot of these characteristics could be applied to some of our other warm bloods. Head is finely chiselled, narrow at the muzzle. Yes, this horse does look like it's got quite a fine head on it. It really does. Some of the Oldenburgs, if you think about Frodo and Kensington and some of the other horses we had in, and certainly the mare that I really liked yesterday, Clement Broom de Chablis. Very different in type and build from this fine and elegant type. They're athletic and trainable, good endurance. They can be quite spirited. And they're often used for upgrading other warm bloods. And it's been really interesting because I've gone through some of the other warm blood countries or bloodlines, how much the Trakehner has figured in there. So they are used for upgrading. Old Prussians and other Baltic people, like the Lithuanians, noted for their hardy horses, and the cavalry, of course. We come back to warfare in the Middle Ages. Conquering Teutonic knights named the Old Prussian horse a Schwackenpferd, which is a small primitive horse. Better concentrate on where I do disappear down these historic rabbit holes. Find it fascinating. 63.62. Now we come back to slightly more recent history. 1732, King Frederick William I of Prussia used these horses and others to establish the Trakehner stud in the East Prussian town. Soldiers had to clear the forest at the river Pisa. And it was given to his successor Frederick II, who sold the stallions to make money. Oh, so interesting. Back to Pearl's red design and Karina from Denmark. 63 at the moment, obviously will come down a little bit. But thank you very much, Karina, for giving us the opportunity to look into the history of this lovely breed, and certainly this fine mare who is a very good example of her type and breed, particularly with that fine head and quite narrow round the muzzle. There she goes. She'd be a model if she was human. Those lovely long legs, quite lean. 61. And off she pops my screen. Where does she stop? She stops at 37. Andrew, like that, 154 for 26th. We have joint 51st from Miguel and Melinda, but their marks are 137.5 at V and Melinda at P, 145.5. Anne-Marie, 41st for her for 143, and Piers Scar, 30th for her, 158. So she and Andrew a little bit more in alignment on that one. Anne-Marie and Melinda in terms of their scores. Miguel a bit harder. Let's go back up to the top and see how aligned they are. So our first place, Tony Ecalle and Kensington, still by some way. We had 2 seconds, 2 firsts and a third. Werner Ulrich, who's sitting comfortably in second at the moment. 2 thirds, 2 fourths and a second. Law, who opened beautifully for us, had a first, a second, a 7th, an 8th and a 14th. Fascinating. From Denmark, we go south to Italy, and this is the final driver-horse combination athlete. All points in the same direction. Mito. About 3:45 local time they're due in. Lots of activity still. Trailers. Well, there's been a steady stream of trailers going up and down. If you've been watching that road just above the arena and the seats, it could be they're building bits around the marathon still. And having had a very still morning in Le Pan, the wind is up. tree's still not moving very much, but the flags are fluttering. As our steward at A prepares, all being well, Antonio Rigamotti, 40-year-old from Italy, who 2 years ago was at the Young Horses World Championship with 2 5-year-olds actually. Mito. Was there. Now here is a 7-year-old. Still quite young to be at a senior championships like this, but interesting breeding. If you're interested, Del Vero, the sire, and Manu, great sire or great grandsire. So those are bloodlines we see quite a lot, certainly with the horse fours. We've had Selvero, we've had all sorts of Gelveros, but Del Vero. So let's see if this good breeding in terms of the harness horse bloodlines do anything for our judges now. So for the Italian team, and this is it now, we've just had a load of team members coming through, and this is solid team driving, as well as pretty much everyone will have an eye on a podium medal in the individual competition as well. Where are we? 76 at the moment. That's better, 62. That's more like it. A gathering of the marks does have a bearing on how these change. 64. Smart markings on this horse, but you can see in his type and stamp, particularly with those bloodlines, quite similar to a lot of those horse four. Calling them the athletes, they're the ones that do all the hard work. He could be in any one of our leading teams, couldn't he? Looking like that. Alert, we could say, in that halt. Yeah. I think he was just looking a little bit at what was going out on beyond the arena. That's a shame, because that's going to bring in some low marks for that. Not really attempted, not really completed. But let's put it behind us. And that's a wonderful thing about dressage, is you can move on. Shoulder in. Let's get through that bit. 68. And then sit up for the collection. Yeah, that's a good flow down that for the extension. What's the walk like? Stretch, stretch. So the judges in that transition to extended walk are looking for the regularity of the steps, ground covering, suppleness of the back, activity over track. Something I mentioned an awful lot, it's just those hind feet coming over the imprint. The front feet have just left the freedom through the shoulders, stretching to the bit. That's the criteria for that tricky movement. Or tricky to get it right. 69. '67. Yes, they do their extensions well, these horses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, yeah. Yes, that was. He was slow to canter and he just won't strike off on the right leg. Unfortunately, that's going to be expensive because he was, he's. Oh, that's a bit frustrating. He can't establish a canter there. Oh, got there, but that was tough. Yes, expensive into 70 now. It was a jolly good canter, but it was just on the wrong leg. Yeah, that was better. That was better. He was too many paces and trot initially and then just couldn't get the right lead. Yeah, so 72, not surprising. But recovered well. Antonio is rounding off this session for us. That's it, back onto terra firma again with the trot. And just go for it now. Yeah, it's brought it back down a little bit, 70 now. No. Come on, Mito. He is still young and done jolly well at a senior championship. So, 7-year-old horse. There's odd blips in the test, particularly in that canter section. And the rein back, but otherwise, there's only 7 horses here who are 10 years older than him. So, well done to everybody. That's 68-ish. That's going to end on.
7-year-old Dutch warm blood horse Mito. Very young horse at this level of competition. And we now have a break.
So not a change directly at the top after that session. Tony Ecalle still out in front by a country mile on 44.52. Werner Ulrich in second for Switzerland as an individual, 48.38. Laure Philippot did that lovely test to open the session at 48.58. There you go. There's just confirmation. 63rd for Antonio. Who's at S? Anne-Marie didn't mind that quite so much, but the others not great. 71st at P for Melinda. But there you have it. So French stronghold at the top has been infiltrated. Clement now in 4th, but still incredibly strong for the French. Americans looking good. All of them as well. Brits, Germans. Pretty good for Luxembourg as well. And so Tony still in front, Werner Ulrich in second, Laure Philippot in third. Those are our 3 sub-50 drivers. Clement Deschamps 50.31 for fourth. Marie Schiltz, we saw not so long ago. That was actually for Pierscar, still her winning test with Frodo. 50.91, and here we go. Just bringing you the tail end of the standings. Michelle Barbey, 6th. Cindy Benchop, that was a good test considering their tender years. 7th on 52.57. That's who we've got coming next. So just 15 minutes or so for a short break. Tara Wilkinson for the British still sitting in 8th place. Stefan Ulrich in 9th, 53.97. And in 10th for the Americans, Leslie Burndall, 54.04. Don't go too far away. Short break. And then look at the lineup we've got to round off the dressage. Plenty to look forward to. Don't go too far away.
Allez, nous allons reprendre dans quelques tout petits instants le dressage de ce championnat du monde.
Welcome back
Elle entre en piste.
as we bring you the final dressage session at the FEI World Championship for singles, and I will add horses to that because it is all about the single horses. And thank you so much for joining us and for your attention. So where we are in the team event, France remain in front by quite some way, 94.83, as you can just see coming in there for the Netherlands and the team. Larissa Jansma just warming up as she comes in. Switzerland still on 105.28 in second. So France got a big margin there. Belgium, after Law's very good dressage test, 107.81. Very close. The USA, 108.48 for fourth. Fifth, Luxembourg. Of course, they've come up after Marie Schultz, 109.21. Germany now in sixth, 110.88. But just look at that. Absolutely nothing. Barely a time fault between them all. Hungary have just crept ahead of the Brits, so they're on 112.94 in seventh. The British, after Tara's very good test, 115.27. But the Brits have to take a lot of heart from the fact they're only 10 points behind the Swiss in second. That's tremendous. Obviously, the French in a league of their own at the moment. It's a bit like the Dutch and the teams and the Hungarians and the pairs. The Swiss, 121.13. So a bit of a gap there between the Swedes and the British. And Spain only marginally behind, 121.46. And Austria also, gosh, there's nothing between any of them, 121.79. Netherlands, 122.66. They're normally up there in the medals. Denmark, 124.60. So really, really close between 9th and 12th. Just a point or so between all of them. Bit of space for Denmark, 124.6. Poland, 130.53. Italy, 130.79. Canada currently on 135.91, but do expect that to change once Kelly comes in. But in the meantime, we shall turn our attention back to the opening driver in the final section. We've had our 79 drivers broken down into, apart from this group, bundles of 8. We've got 7 in this one. This entry of the nations, 19 countries, 79 athletes, 84 horses, pretty much on a par with where we have been in recent years for the singles. They do ebb and flow a little bit. COVID had such an impact, but the singles were able to keep going in 2020, and so they probably had less of a blip than some of the others. One of our young drivers, and they have more than held their own so far. Larissa Jansma for the Netherlands. Now that's quite something at these tender years to be on the team. She was first in Harwich in June, third in Exloo, fourth in Laarden and Vettringen. Dandy Jane, 16-year-old. Obviously warm blood, Dutch warm blood, but Larissa has done well in the past. 2021 pony section of the Young Drivers Championships. She was 6th. Sitting at about 60-61 at the moment. Those flags are barometers. That's probably about as hard as they've fluttered and flown today. Not only do we have the participating nations, but obviously the FEI flag in the purple and on the white background, and flags relating to Normandy and the Orne department, who are so integral to the events that are held here. This historic stud, of course, the focus of so much international horse sport, that 24 million euro investment in it. Desired by Louis XIV, built by Louis XV. The stud farm has a rich and eventful history, gives it grandeur and charm. Now, interestingly, the king chose some land far away, but I've read this out on commentaries before in 1714, but it wasn't the best land, I think, for grazing or production of horses. So he turns his attention to the forest of Bretonne and the vicinity of Rouen. Land was immediately extended to the area of Le Pan. And that's right, the transfer of the former Royal Stud Farm was ordered. Architects at the heart of the 600-hectare estate. And there was this royal stud was created to produce efficient horses for transport, agricultural work, the cavalry, and supplying the court of Versailles, because back in the day, if you wanted to get anywhere, you had to do it with your horses. On the eve of the revolution, the King's Stud had 196 stallions. And there were another 132 approved horses. What a history. So that test came down as time went on and improved for Larissa Jansma and Dandy Jane. So currently sitting on 56. It's definitely one that improved as time went on. Now, where's that going to put her? 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th round, about there. If it sticks on 56.48. But of course that will have a bearing on the Dutch, who are sitting uncharacteristically a little bit further down in the order. They're currently on 122.66, but certainly don't be lulled into anything, because of course they will be very good on the marathon as well. Let's see where she ends up. And she's gone into position in 18th, that's right. Now, another one that has polarised the judges a bit. Both Andrew and Piers Scar had that as their 9th place test. 163 from Andrew, 168.5 from Piet R. Next, Miguel at FEI, 151 for 22nd. Melinda at P, 152.5 for 26th, but Anne-Marie, not a fan, 143.5 for 41st. So that is a joint 18th, tying with Andrea Kun, who we saw not long ago. So Larissa Jansma for the Dutch team with Dandy Jane. Good job done, sitting in 18th at the moment, 56.30. It's proving very, very difficult to get consistently high marks out of these judges, or to break that 50 barrier. But there's a few people coming next who could do that, not least the next driver. And that's Marianne Vigo for France. Driving first quality. So nearly the title was hers 2 years ago, just those cones, just a late ball. So she was in silver behind Saskia Siebers for Holland, and the team was gold, which is looking very much like they're on track to do it again. She is ranked third. So we've had Marie Schultzen, who's ranked number 2, but this is it. This is one of our most highly ranked and experienced drivers in the field. For many years drove Winston W and actually crept up the rankings and standings individually. Started in 24th in 2012 in Portugal at that World Championship. Then in Hungary was 6th individually. Piba in 2016 was 4th. Kronenberg in 2018 was 3rd. Pau was 4th. And of course has been on 3 silver teams for France and 1 gold. And in 2020 and 22 driving have Warm Blood gelding. First quality, now 14. And that's a 50 at the moment. So can Marianne retain this standard throughout? We have seen some highly awarded entry movements, but it's maintaining it. Now that's from this angle looking pretty good. It hasn't flattened out. We've seen in some of the shoulder ins it just goes a little bit flat, but she's maintained that bounce cadence collection. 52. Just keep the energy up. But she's so experienced. First in Samoa this year. And she was another who was here. Of course, she was 4th in the dressage. That was 45.51. Kelly was in front of her on a 43.85. Tony, who was our dressage winner there? Tony was 5th. Ah, yes, Fabrice Martin won the dressage with a 42.98, but yeah, didn't carry on through the event. But that's where we were in June, where everyone was viewing this event. 48. Now it's marked differently. We are at a World Championship here. Nothing is being handed out with ease or favour from our judges. Marianne Vigo for the French, registered also with the FEI and dressage. Just keep it up, keep it up. Just tickling along with the stick there. 49. She was 14th in the marathon, and the cones, even though she had a double clear, was a 13th, but that doesn't matter because it's actually more about just not adding any penalties on. Again, we spoke at the forum last year about changing the balance between the 3 phases. Certainly dressage in recent years has been given a lot more prominence. It used to be all about the marathon. And obviously the cones, that's the jeopardy at the end of it all. Walk going well. The walk is going well. Let's just see, coming out. Yes, very relaxed. Meets the criteria from those judges. Oh, just to show just a little bit of, you could maybe she could just feel him going forward before that marker. But still pretty good. She's still on 48. Lots to like about it. Light and elegant. Looking very harmonious, and that's a word we're only going to see an awful lot more of in both ridden and driven dressage. Then you just get, oh, just a moment there. Just saying, oh, leave me alone, I know my job. 48. That was smooth, uncluttered. Yeah, very smart. That was lovely to see. Made it look very smooth and easy. Push button. Sitting at 46, rightly so. Those last few canter movements and the transitions have been very good. Yes, Andrew will like that right in front of him. French have got their transitions very, very good. Possibly had quite a lot of pure dressage training in their camps. And sit up, up, up. And a clear transition there at V. And one more strike off, yes. There's a gentle elegance to it, this test. Beautifully done. Now, is this going to challenge for the top spot? The clock stopped on 46 after the actual marks, so she's definitely done enough to go into second, but when those final marks come in, the athlete, and it matters not if they canter out now, test is done. It's come down to 45, so she's guaranteed of at least second, but 44.42, that magic mark that Tony Ecalle has held on to for so long with his gorgeous Kensington. Is that, yes, she's getting close, she's getting close. It's going to be hair splitting between them. Oh, second, only just. 44.78. 2 first places from the judge, so she's gone into second by 0.26. So she slots in behind Tony. Again, this is even better for the French team effort. Put themselves even further in front. So we've got a first from Piers Scar, 85.5 at R. At S, also from Anne-Marie. 10 points between these ladies, 175.5, but it's all relative to what they've been giving and out and awarding. And a second place for Miguel at V, 178.5. So those three certainly looking at much the same test. Now, interesting. Listen to these next two marks. Andrew, let's see, 163 for a ninth. And only half a point away, 162.5 from Melinda at P for a fourth. So, look at that. 22.5 marks between C and R, and they've actually been in quite a lot of alignment. That's quite interesting. So if you look at the scores in the symmetry of this, so that was a ninth from Andrew at C and a first from Pierre at R. But if you scroll down to Laure, who's now sitting in fourth, it was a first from Andrew and a ninth from Pierre. Do you like the geometry of numbers and the patterns? We keep giving them to you here in Normandy. But a very good drive for Marianne, doing all sorts right for her own individual quest and that of France as a nation. By some margin, they will be in front. Very good for them. Let me just give you a total as we await the test from a very talented lady, Veronica Kwiatek. We saw her brother in a bit earlier, and she's another who has this incredible CV of success with the young horses, 5, 6, 7-year-olds, silvers, bronzes, and also an individual and team silver in 2016 in Austrian Piba. So a very talented lady. Also was 2021 in Kronenberg with Perez. She was 23rd, but both she and Bartlomiej can turn their hand to training, driving, bringing on pretty much any equine. So for the Polish team, 55, that's where we're at. Now look how different this horse is to, say, the Trakehner that we saw not long ago. Very different type of course. Kwiatek's so associated with the Silesian horses. Proud Polish breed. Again, they've got a great history. Known in Polish as Silaski. They originate from studs in Upper and Lower Silesia, mainly in Kizaz and Lubiec in the 19th century. A crossbreed of Oldenburg mares and East Frisian stallions, so heavier breeds. The different environment and training allow people to breed horses finer and lighter bodies, yet still being heavy, extremely strong from a breed. So it owes a lot to the Oldenburgers, and we've seen that. Think about how Frodo was put together. You can see the similarities in their conformation. Perfect for agricultural work and quickly developing industry. Of course, before the combustion engine and cars and things, everything's still transported around with the draft horse. Eagerly used in the mining industry. Gosh, they worked in mines as well, a bit like our Welsh breeds. And there are two stated breeding types. Heavier and more like the older Oldenburger types, and the new type, lighter, higher in resemblance, that's the wording here, to riding horses. The third generation can only have up to 6 thoroughbreds in the lineage. And the state stud at Kizaz. Fascinating. I wonder if anyone's done a PhD in all these breeds and how they relate to the politics, but also there would have been things like famines, floods. Think of the weather that affects it all. Now that's quite an enthusiastic stretch. Whether that's exactly what the judges wanted, let's see. She's sitting on 61 at the moment. we go. So much deeper through their chest, shoulders, so much more bone than a lot of the warm bloods we see. And count 1, 2, 3. Yep, spot on. Back to 60. Let's hope she can dip into the 50s. That's good. That's under a few more marks, 59, 60. So all being well, should end in the 50s for Veronica Kwiatek. Very accomplished all-round horsewoman. This is one of the great glories of our driving world, is just the range of horses, breeds, types, histories that are able to compete alongside each other. And long may it continue. '60s, so should come down into the 50s at the end. And halt, salute to Andrew. 59, 59.2 as Veronica leaves, and testament to her talent as a horseman. Lots of different names of the many horses she's taken through, certainly the Young Horse World Championships, as well as being a regular competitor herself in the Single Horse World Championships, and of course many national and international events in between. Just remember, this is the cream on top of what is a huge amount of work. How do our judges feel about that? Well, we have a bit of unity. So 28th, so she's in the upper half. Highest marks, or well, highest position, let's start with the highest position, has come from Miguel at V. So he's given that 151.5. That's 21st from him. Then we have Melinda at P, 153 for 26th. We have Andrew at C, 155.5 for 27th. And R and S, Pierre and Anne-Marie, bearing in mind the placings don't count towards the final place, but it is really interesting to follow them in relation to what the judges are awarding. So Pierre's scar, 157.5, that's 34th for her, and 145.5, that's 34th for Anne-Marie. But that gives an average of 58.37. It's only 0.07 behind Franz Schultz. That's interesting. Not far off Jennifer Thompson either. So that's 28th. She slots in just in front of Lars Kruger, whose test remains Melinda's winning one on 171.5. Marie Tischer for Germany, 25. So we've got some very talented 20-somethings in our midst. Driving Brandenburg Anhalt brand, which is Rhineland Hanoverian. Verdi Zuchterverband. Verdi Zuchterverband. She was a member of the team that won bronze 2 years ago. Individually, she was 31st. However, she is another who has done well with Fortino, who is now 13. You can see on your screens. So they were world champions in firstly the 6-year-old division in 2017, then the 7-year-old division in 2018. Also in 2017 she won silver with Sky Dweller in the 6-year-olds. That was a good event for her. And back in the day, she was somebody who was taking part in the Young Drivers Championships in Schildau and Azarkisba. 2 silvers from those days as well. Driving a horse in the youth division. Lots to like as far as the judges are concerned. That's sitting on a 48 at the moment. That's good news for the German team. Shoulder-ins. Yes, 51, 52. We've seen this happen a lot. Just changes that average a bit. That was a neat halt. The driver has to be on that centre line, so in case you, because now you can see the lines in the sand, the marks in the sand. So it is indeed the driver in that 8-second halt. Halt immobility, driver on the centre line should be. The horse remains on the bit, and how many times have we seen, just have a bit of a look up and standing square. Rhythm obedience remain on the bit for the rein back. Quality of the diagonal steps, they should be a clear pick up and put down, obviously contact and straightness. Sitting at 50 at the moment, that's good news for the Germans. And one of those extensions that just sits up, looks light and easy. So all these many horses, obviously it's stating what we all know, but it's just fascinating to think of them all being foaled and brought on as youngsters, and at what point are they brought in, handled? Do they have lots of turnout, or are they stabled from a young age? Do they run in herds? Some of them do. How long do they stay on the mare for? Are they embryo transfers? All sorts of different ways of bringing these wonderful equines into the world and nurturing them and starting their education at a young age, deciding if they are indeed going to be riding or driving horses, or a bit of both, jumpers, dressage. A lot of them with these bloodlines, pretty much bred for driving, but such a fascinating road that we travel with our horses. How lucky we are to have a life with them. And that was lovely. Lots to like about that. 49. She's sticking in the 40s at the moment. So Marianne Vigo also dipped into the 70s with that total of 44.52. That's a percentage of 72.18. So that's quite an achievement. Some very consistent tests from the French. So that's... Oh, now actually there's been a change. There's been a change from when I last read out their scores. So this is a live situation. She ties with Tony on 44.52. No, that didn't happen when I was reading you out the scores. So we've got two first, a second, a fourth and a fifth. But obviously there's been a little bit of shuffling of those figures. And indeed, Marianne Vigo, gosh, that is fascinating. We have a tie at the top. Both French drivers on 44.52. Wow.
Allez, les applaudissements pour Mary Tischer pour l'Allemagne qui
Now, this could just nudge a little bit because she's sitting on 46. Now we've seen these marks at the end, as these last few athlete and overall impression marks come in, drop between 1 and 2 marks. Now is she going to drop enough? She's gone to 45. So she's going to certainly nudge Werner Ulrich down a slot. She won't go into second because we don't have a second, because we've got a joint first. Now that's a new top test for both Andrew Council on 179 and Anne-Marie Turby. They are in alignment, 175.5. Now that gives Marie Tischer there, we've just seen that test, 45.65 to go into third. That's a great result. Doesn't really belie what her current ranking is, but certainly more in connection with her bringing on of horses. A joint fourth for their individual marks. V. Miguel had that at 169.5 and Melindus 162.5. Pierre Scar, although one of the higher marks, it's a seventh in her rankings, 172. But just over a point off 1.13. That's all that's between Marie and then Marianne and Tony. Don't forget, we've got another 3 very strong athletes, horses, combinations to finish off. So don't move a muscle. Please don't come away from your screens, because it remains very exciting. So to confirm, we do now have joint firsts. French must be absolutely thrilled with that. So that'll be, doing the maths, 89.04 for the French, taking their 2 best scores.
He was 4th in the Czech Republic Championship this year, 2nd at Ksias in Poland and 7th at Kladruby in the Czech Republic. 3rd participation in a World Championship. He was here in 2022 with Sheldon Cooper and in Pau in 2020.
Lots of excitement as we come into our final three. And we're back to check for Daniel Berge and driving Sheldon Cooper, Westphalian 13-year-old gelding. Currently ranked number 34. He has two horses in his repertoire at the moment, Corrado the third and Sheldon Cooper. He was here in the Pan and in Pau 4 years ago with this same horse, 31st and 34th, team 11th and 12th. Daniel Bayer, referring to my lovely friend Wojciech Krupa, who is my linguistic coach when it comes to anything on the eastern end of Europe. Daniel Bayer, so J is a Y. It's something that we do talk about as commentators. The great John Kyle, who many of you will listen to if you're following Olympics and some of our other top-enders sport with the ridden side. John always tells us that we should try our very best to pronounce names, horses, breeds as they sound nationally. But having just been in Hungary, and I was constantly asking my colleagues on the other side of the door, how do I say this? Stylsvarsvarad was the one I had to get my head round the most, but it happened as Daniel Bayer here for the Czech Republic. 35-year-old. He was second in Kisaz in July. 7th in Kladruby. He was also driving a pair there and yes, has enjoyed some success over the years. Where are we? Scroll down. And talking of success, it's all going well so far. 53, 54, that's our rolling total. And you can see why. We've got some quality trot here. Clear rhythm. Good to beat. And loses nothing in that rhythm between his trots. Oh, these pesky shoulder ends. Another nicely put together horse. If you have the basics, the conformation, you're a lot of the way there. If you have a trainable attitude, but also a little bit of fire, a bit of spark as well, even better. So temperament is important. He's got a good hind leg action, this horse. Yeah, a little bit too good at that walk transition. Didn't quite have the crispness of the trot to walk. It was happening at the front, but otherwise a good test, sitting at 56 at the moment. He does have a very smart collected trot. Not a million miles away from a Piaffe with that suspension. Maybe that's something they do in training, who knows? .56. onto these canter movements. 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, yeah, a little bit late on that transition. Wonder if, yes, gone to 56. Well, he's got such a delightful trot. Nobody minds seeing a few more paces of it. Equally good in his canter rhythms as well. Let's see how this one goes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that was better. Falls into that collected trot very naturally. 55, yes. Plenty to like about this. Oh, I could watch that trot all day. He looks very happy in it, doesn't he? And just bringing back, enjoy this last little bit of collection, because this is something this horse does so well. And that canter sitting at 55 at the moment. Well done for the Czech team effort. Last few paces of collection. Don't get to make the most of it from this angle. Oh, in otherwise pretty much foot perfect test. Little bit of practice in the yard of watching a judge. Just shows what a very alert and sharp horse it is, because only one or two others have had another look at Andrew as he doffs his cap. But rolling around the 53 mark at the moment. Where's that going to take us? Let's go back up my screen, which starts blank and then so quickly fills up with these thousands of numbers. Especially when you have the drop-down menu. There we go. He was in green, he's now in gold, and that was good enough for a 10th. He's just slotted in front of Tara Wilkinson. That drops her to 11th, but that was a lovely test to watch. Judges actually not too far out from each other on that one. The total is 53.04. Just have a quick glimpse at the placings. 15th now. Let's start with, we tend to start with Andrew at C. Andrew Council, our president of the grand jury. 161 for him, which was a 15th. 168.5 from Pierre at R. It's 11th for her. 157.5, that's a 15th from Anne-Marie Turnbull at S. At V, Miguel, 162. That's a 7th. So that was his mark, was certainly in terms of his placings, the highest. And a 22 for Melinda Kellerman at P. So a great job for Daniel Bayer as we await the arrival of our penultimate dressage test. Now this could change things a little bit again for the Swiss team. They're sitting in pretty strong position. Let me get confirmation of where we are with the Swiss. Has anything else changed? And Marie, I can share with you, she's the third of our drivers to dip into the 70s for the percentage. So that 45.65, which has put her into third place, also gives her a percentage of 71.47. Marie Tischer there, a great result for her. Yes, it will only strengthen if Mario has a good test. The Swiss second position, they're not going to catch France. Nobody is at the moment. France with those joint first positions, it really actually cannot get any better than that.
He won Windsor last year, was second in
So that's the French sitting on 89.04. That's very good at this level to be on sub 90 for a team score. Everybody else, well, let's see what happens with Mario and his 10-year-old mare. If you follow the progress of the Young Horse World Championships, this is another driver who is adept at bringing on Limoncello, Lemmy K. This is Favela. From the Finnish Horse Breeding Association. Now, we've had a Finnish driver. Not sure that we've had a Finnish horse, FWB, which would indicate a Finnish warm blood. Let's see if we can bring you a bit of information about Finnish warm bloods. First picture that comes up is somebody in army gear. Founded in 1926 with the intention of breeding a warm blood riding horse. Could be used for both sport and military, of course. Elegant modern horse, good balance, athletic, solid character. Used primarily nowadays that we don't ride horses into war, thank goodness, for sporting purposes. Can we find out anything else? Now, there'll be a lot of people expecting wonderful things from this test, particularly with Mario Gandolfo on the reins. He did well. He came over to Royal Windsor, I seem to remember, and did well. 59 at the moment, third Samoa this year, ranked 6th. That's quite important. So 6th ranking. We've still got Kelly, our number 1, to come. But actually, the current results, if you think we've got Mary Schultz, our number 2, Marianne Vigo and Tony Ecalle, they are our joint first, and they're in 3rd and 4th, respectively, in the ranking. Mario here is in 6th. Barty, not such a good day for him. In 7th, Claire Lefort, 8th. And Unzeitig, she's 9th and 10th. This is the rankings. Larissa Jansma. 58. Let's find out a bit more about Finnish warm bloods. They want to perform on an international level in any equestrian discipline. The organisation or association organises activities for the horses, breeders and owners. That's good. So a sense of community. A breeder's prize, all sorts. So, can I find out which bloodlines in particular they have focused on? Lots of pictures. Let's go back to the test. Sitting at 57. Mario with Lemmy K was the gold medalist at the 2022 5-year-old Young Horses World Champion in Spiels Vasvarad. I happen to know Andrew was a judge there as well. He was also first with Lemmy K the following year as a 6-year-old at La Motte Bevron in France. And in the 5-year-old division came third with Johnson Du Signal. 57 for the Swiss team. So a good mark for him will consolidate their second position. Don't forget they've got Cousterond helping them in the background. Although he's so tall, it's hard to miss Koos. That was good. Nice and obedient on that centre line. 56. Yes, judges quite liking that one too. 15 metres in collection. Circles in the sand we're seeing. Or on the surface. Looping round and transition. Yep, all good. Nice and neat and businesslike. I think they might have fun on the marathon. This just looks like he'd be a good marathon horse as well. Got a very forward attitude to him. You can just see that in those canter transitions. Really gets that lead leg out. .56. Oh, he's pulled that one out the bag. Well done. Now, from his frame, that you thought, gosh, it's going to be maybe a bit more medium in the trot, but no, he produced a good bit of definition there on that diagonal and down the centre line. His trot and canter transitions have been very good. Oh yes, get that front foot forward and lovely. What a good job he's done. Well done, Mario Gandolfo. I nearly said well done, oh. So lots to like about that. Our 6th ranked athlete in the FEI table. Only one more to go and very, very well worth waiting for. But just let's wait and see before we anticipate too much from Kelly Bruder and the fantastic flip. Let's just see where Mario and Favela end up as we just have this subtraction on the screens, and I roll up from the 78th position to 17th. So Melinda at P had that in 7th, 161. There you go. Have a quick look at that. Whereas Anne-Marie, 155, that was a 20th position for her, 159 from Andrew, 22nd, 23rd, 151.5 from Miguel at V, and from Pierre at R, 162, 26th for her. So we range from 7th to 26th from our judges, but that gives a total of 54.97 and a 17th place. But I mean, we've got so little between them all, as you would expect. It is down to fraction points. We've got Andrea Kun and Larissa Jansma currently sitting in joint 22nd. Have we got any other joints? Obviously, we've got joint first at the moment. But will that all change as Kelly Bruder brews up to come in? She is the world number one. She has done very well, but not yet won an individual gold. She's been in silver in POW 2020, bronze. And in 2022, of course, in the World Championship, she was bronze medalist individually. There with Flip in La Panne 2 years ago for the bronze. She's driving Flip. She also trains. She has quite a strong association with the carriage builders Sue Mart at Bennington in the Eastern Counties, Lincolnshire in England. And I was fortunate enough to have a quick chat to her just before the competition started. She was actually in the middle of the water obstacle. And I can share with what some of Kelly's comments, and you can see actually a bit of a crowd gathering. This is great. Everybody knows that it's going to be something, well, let's hope something quite special. And before we round off this dressage coverage, a huge tribute to everybody on the ground. There are hundreds of people that make these events happen. We had a figure of 250 on the ground in Hungary. All the many, many volunteers, stewards, officials at whatever level. And don't forget that behind the broadcast that we bring you as well, the streaming service to be more accurate, there are many, many people operating all the technology. So quite a big production, not least in the transporting of the horses, the stabling, which is now quite famous in Le Pen for its quality after that big renovation. And the facilities here are second to none. Lots of space for everybody as we sit back and welcome in Kelly Bruder for Canada, based in Holland. And as she said, there are 10 to 15 drivers who could quite easily take the title. She said it's a bit of pressure coming in when you're world number one, coming on a 40, 48, 37. Let's enjoy this with a wonderful flip. Kelly is such an experienced and talented trainer as well. Got some of her students here too. And look at that time spent in the air. Slightly different bit in the mouth by the looks of things. Looks snaffily from this angle. And of course the shoulder in. Will be very balanced and bouncy. Oh, look at that trot. World number one, Kelly Bruder, driving for Canada, based in the Netherlands, aiming for individual gold at this, the Singles World Championship in Normandy. What a beautiful test so far. 44. Yeah, this is going to challenge for the top spot. You could hear a pin drop. They are enjoying every moment of this, as are we watching. A to K, that short little bit of working, but look at the clarity, the definition going into the collection and the shoulder in on the right hand rein, making it look so effortless. Flowing, cadence. It's like a metronome, the regularity of these footfalls. What a wonderful beat we're getting. Smooth into that walk. .43 for Kelly Bruder. That is the running average at the moment. Sweet transition there. And another one. It's very hard to make something look this easy. She says she's still training. They're still on a journey. .43. Look at these. Just this metronome beat. And this collected canter. Such quality. Gliding through. Testament to the tremendous relationship they have. And Kelly's talent and hard work. She's known as being one of the hardest working ladies in driving. And you can have all the talent in the world, all the luck, but it's the hard work that gets you there. Kelly Bruder. And flip. Enjoy this extension, everyone. It's so proficient and precise. All just done through those hands, those reins, and the voice. Brilliant. Yeah, this is going to go into the lead. 42. And you can see some clapping on the side there. Yes, and flip. You can flip out now if you like, because that was beautiful. Now, where is this going to stop rolling? We're on 41.9. So we've got a new leader. There's no doubt about it. Absolutely fantastic job done by Kelly Bruder. And of course, this will impact the Canadian team effort a bit. But let's just take a moment. We're sitting on 41.15. So that's knocked the French off the top spot. Tony and Marianne, who are sitting hand in hand, enjoy it first at the moment. Oh, it's a 40. 40.94, and the judges have not been generous. This is a world championship. Every single step has had to be marked, judged, awarded. It's still coming down 40.85. Fabulous test there. That's how it's done, everybody. We can all but dream of sitting behind a horse like Flip. She had a 43.85 at the test event, which was enough for second, but she's stormed past that and stormed into the lead by nearly 4 points. Wowie.
Bien sûr, Kelly Bruder avec Flip, elle totalise 40.50.
3 judges, CSV, just look at those marks on your screen, in alignment. R and P, not so much. A 4th from Melinda and a 3rd from Piers Scar, but I think we can just focus on those first. A first from Andrew at C, 185 by some way. His second place mark was 179, so that's 6 more points from Andrew. And even more from Anne-Marie. That's a really generous mark from Anne-Marie, and we know how tough it is to get good marks out of her. 186 from her, and her second place was also Marie T-shirt on 175.5, so that's 10.5 marks more. First place for Miguel as well on 185, so he and Andrew exactly the same scores, and Anne-Marie one more. A third from Pia. Who did she have? She liked Marianne. So 177.5 from her for a third. And Melinda Kellerman at P, 163 for a fourth, but she's done more than enough. On your screens there, just take that all in. Down to 6th place in the 40s. France still some way ahead in the team event, but you've just watched a remarkable test from Kelly Bruder. And congratulations to everybody, not just involved in Kelly's test, but in bringing us 2 days of wonderful dressage. And it's like that song after the ball was over. It all gets stripped down so quickly. And this arena has a bit of a rest whilst the action moves out tomorrow into the Haute Bois Park for all the obstacles. We've got a controlled warm-up here, not section A, controlled warm-up. I'll be telling you more about the setup of the marathon tomorrow, but we will be starting same time, same place. 9 o'clock local time is the start of the marathon. I will get some more times in due course once we have the running orders and everything out. Put it onto Facebook and everything as to when the exact time of the coverage starts, because we just need confirmation of the running order of the marathon. Because don't forget, they have half an hour or so in the controlled warm-up, and we don't bring you that because it's just either a bit of walking or trotting or standing around, but we do bring you certainly all the coverage from the obstacles. So huge congratulations to everybody. We have a new leader who was our last to go, 40.59 for Kelly Bruder. 3 of our 5 judges absolutely in unison on that. And we go down to Darius and Christophe. Carol Lumsden. There we have it. Not sure if we're going to be able to give you some team graphics, but take my word. There we have it. That's great. Thanks, team. France, by some way, look at that. Over 11 points ahead, 89.04, but very close for the rest of them. Germany, after Mary Tischer's great test, propelled themselves into 2nd place. Switzerland in 3rd. Don't forget, they've got Kuss training them. Canada, after that great test from Kelly, of course, they've gone bounding ahead. 106.88, but look how close it is between Switzerland and Canada, and not far behind the Belgians. Laure Philippot did a lot to help that, 107.81. USA doing everything right, 108.48. Luxembourg, 109.21. Hungary, 112. They're pretty close to the Dutch and the British. Only 1 or 2 cones between them, but don't forget, in between we have the action, the power, the fun and games of the marathon. Johan Jacobs, he will be the man of the moment. He can do no more. His marathon obstacles are open, and we will bring you coverage. The designs are out there on the media, social media posts if you want to look at them, but how different do they look in 2-dimensional form? There are plenty of knockdowns, a lot of knockdowns, and a lot of alternative routes. But that is the end of our coverage. Thank you so much for joining us. I'll try and keep you all posted as to when we're going to be back on the marathon start tomorrow. Take care. Have a good evening.